Okay, welcome to the call the meeting of December 13th, 2021 to order. It's our last meeting of the year. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsa.
Here.
Councilmember Koo. Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, 6 present.
Great. So we did have a change to the agenda tonight. Our first item was supposed to be a closed session. That closed session's been postponed till January. So we are going to go ahead and move forward with item number 2, which is adoption of a resolution for Karen McAdams upon her retirement. And I asked Councilmember Filsa if he would read that resolution. I have it if you need it.
So this is a resolution expressing appreciation to Karen McAdams upon her retirement. Whereas Karen McAdams served the city of Palo Alto and its citizens as a member of the Palo Alto Police Department for 21 years, first becoming a court liaison officer in 2000, and then a police services supervisor in 2009, and ultimately a public safety program manager in 2013. And whereas McAdams started her law enforcement career in 1993, as a reserve deputy sheriff with the Alameda County Sheriff's Department, then serving as a community service officer with the Millbrae Police Department in 1995, working as a court liaison for 4 years before coming to the Palo Alto Police Department, working a combined 28 years in law enforcement. And whereas in her role as the police department's court liaison officer, Ms. McAdams served as the primary point of contact and conduit information between the department and the Santa Clara County District Attorney's Office, preparing criminal cases for review and working closely with deputy district attorneys to assure that all necessary information and evidence was included in a case packet. And whereas, as the court liaison officer, McAdams worked closely with police officers and detectives to help them strengthen their report writing skills, coaching them when necessary on information in the district attorney's office would need in order to properly evaluate a criminal case. And whereas, as the court liaison officer and detectives were assigned to a major case, McAdams could always be counted on as a valued member of the team by coming in early, staying late, or even working on days off to ensure the successful filing of criminal charges could be accomplished by meeting critical statutory deadlines. And whereas, in her role as police services supervisor and public safety program manager, McAdams oversaw all aspects of the police department's parking enforcement efforts, implementing the latest technologies and acquiring new equipment, writing contracts, working with vendors, completing initial reviews of parking citation appeals, serving as the department's liaison to the Department of Motor Vehicles, and doing journal entries. And whereas McAdams supported her coworkers with a high degree of professionalism and respect that is in alignment with the mission of the department. And whereas McAdams deserves a long and happy retirement for all her years of dedicated service, now therefore let it be resolved that the City Council of Palo Alto hereby commends the outstanding public service of Karen McAdams and records its appreciation as well as the appreciation of the citizens of this community upon her retirement, December 13th, 2021.
Thank you for that. Assistant Chief Bender, would you like to make any comments?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Filsa, for doing a great job reading that. It's a real privilege to accept this resolution on Karen's behalf tonight, since she unfortunately couldn't be here. Karen really epitomized what it meant to be a public servant in her work ethic, her character, and how she served the Palo Alto community. And I believe Karen could have been a star employee at any company in the Peninsula or the Bay Area. but instead she chose public service. And for that, we should all be very grateful. On a personal note, Karen was a dear friend to many in the police department, including myself, and her presence in the building has surely been missed. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we're running a little ahead of schedule because of removing the closed session, but if any members of the public would like to say anything about the retirement, Ms. McAdams, you could raise your hand now. Okay, and I'm not seeing any. So we'll come back to council, looking for a motion to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second. Oh,
I think he beat you. So for Councilmember Stone on the second. Would any council members like to make any comments? Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the motion. I'm going to start with Councilmember Stone,
yes.
and I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filsa,
Yes, and happy holidays, Ms. Adams.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Okay, and I believe that's it, right? Councilmember Canoe is not here tonight. Okay, so that passes on a 6-0 vote. Yes, I hope you enjoy your retirement. So we're going to move on to item number 3. This is appointment of candidates for the ARB, HRB, PRC, and PTC. We'll go to the public for public comment. See one hand, which is Randy Pop. And you should be able to speak now.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Thank you so much. Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of the council, appreciate your time. I did send in a letter. I'm sure you've all had a chance to review that. I don't want to reiterate all those points, but I do want to just make sure that everyone is aware that Grace Lee has tendered her resignation from the Architecture Review Board. Apparently that documentation was submitted to the city about a week ago, and I don't know if that has made it to you yet or not, but that leaves us with 4 positions open on the ARB. And, you know, I'm just gonna, I will reiterate my concern that having candidates who are elevated to the ARB, who are qualified and have the type of experience with the type of projects that they are asked to review and the skill set needed to do the highly technical review that is required is really paramount. So I hope you'll all consider that and potentially go back out for additional recruitment to get some other candidates that might be more consistent with the goals and the expectations that we all have as applicants when we're coming to the board with our projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll come back to council, and before we start voting, I just want to express my concerns that I do think that the ARB is one of our more technical bodies. And while we did have 9 applicants, after the interviews, I personally believe we did not see enough qualified applicants. And, you know, as Mr. Pop stated in his letter, you know, our ARB already has what I would call, I guess, a less experienced architect on it. And, you know, if we potentially add other entry-level architects or non-architects, I'm worried that we're not going to have a good ARB. So our ordinances do say that we can have non-architects, but I still have concerns. So I was going to attempt a motion. If there's no support for it, we'll go ahead and vote as we normally would. But my motion is that we would fill 2 positions tonight and direct the clerk to reopen recruitment from now until the end of January. And that we would just request an incumbent to continue serving in that holdover position until we can make an appointment for that remaining position.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So I kind of stated why I'm making this motion. I know it's a little bit unusual after we've done interviews. But I think we need to think about our ARB with experienced architects coming to present and to get feedback on projects. And I do think we need to have necessary skill and experience in most of those positions, if not all of them. So that's why I'm making this motion. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. May I first inquire of the clerk? A member of the public indicated that a member of the ARB has resigned and we're not aware of that. Could you please provide a comment?
We did receive the request of the resignation, but there was clarification. She was asking whether it could be filled during this cycle or if it had to be filled during another cycle. There was an email sent out clarifying it had to be filled through an additional cycle. It could not be done this time. And I think there was debate whether they were going to stay on board until that time or not. And I'm sorry, I will have to recheck my communication stream.
Okay, so Mayor Du Bois, I wonder then if we need to amend B and just direct the clerk to open a new recruitment until the end of January, and then that would leave space if we need to recruit for 2 positions instead of 1.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Okay,
So we just delete for the 3rd position.
yes.
Okay, any other
Okay.
comments?
No, that's all. I do appreciate Mr. Pop's comments. He provides them from a place of real knowledge and strength, having served on this board and as its chair. And this is an important position.
Councilmember Filson.
That was actually my question, is the opening for 1 position or 2 if we extend to the end of January?
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so can we go ahead and we'll go ahead and vote on this motion? Starting with myself, I vote yes. Councilmember Filson.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stowe.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes on a 6-0 vote. So I think we're going to go ahead and start the voting for the open positions. Again, because we are ahead of schedule, I guess the clerk will send out, we're going to do it electronically, and then we're going to take a break until 6 o'clock. So we're going to get a nice 45-minute break. And then when we come back, if any other members of the public want to speak to this item, I'll let them do it then. And then we will see the results, potentially start a second round of voting as we proceed with our agenda. So City Clerk, is that survey going to go out?
That survey went out already to your via email only. So if the council would like to check their emails and let me know if you do not receive it, but you should have received it in your email moments ago.
Okay, does everybody just want to check and make sure they have it? Does everybody have it? It's called First Round Fall BCC Voting Link, I believe. What's that? Oh, so let me clarify. On Parks and Rec, we have 2 full-time positions, which we're going to vote on this round. And then the next round, we will vote for the 1-year fill-in position, just to make it clear who we're voting for which position. Okay, so I think we're ready. We'll go ahead and go take a break and we'll resume the meeting. We're actually going to terminate the special meeting and we're going to start a regular meeting at 6 o'clock. We'll see you then.
So should we log off or stay on?
You can do either. Thanks.
It's the same Zoom link.
voting on the candidates for the ARB, HRB, PRC, and PTC. So does the clerk have results from that first round?
Yes, sir, we do. And Danny King from my office, who's actually led the entire recruitment, she's going to be presenting the results.
Yes,
So
thank
she'll pull that
you.
up right now.
I'm sharing my screen to share the first board, Architectural Review Board. And so as you can see, Peter Balté, the incumbent, was appointed to the Architectural Review Board by a majority of 5 votes with,
Danny, I'm sorry, your screen's not showing.
okay, let me try one more time. Sorry about that. Is it showing right now?
No, it's black. I mean, you could read off how people voted if you want.
Okay, let me try one more option and then are you able to see my screen now?
No, it says you've started screen sharing, but it's black.
Okay, I'll read off the votes individually.
Okay.
Let's see.
Oh, yep, now it's up.
Now it's up.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So the first position for the Architectural Review Board, Peter Balté, the incumbent, was voted to be appointed by a majority by Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Cormack, Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Philseth, and Councilmember Stone. The second position has been appointed by David Hirsch, and that's with a majority vote from Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Cormack, Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Philseth, and Councilmember Stone. Catherine Jordan was also voted by Councilmember Tanaka, with Bin Zhao also voted by Councilmember Tanaka. So the total vote is 5 for Peter Balté and 5 for David Hirsch. And if we could scroll down to the Historic Resources Board. So for the Historic Resources Board, for the one position with an unexpired term, Elisa Eagleston, excuse my pronunciation, Cieselwist, is voted by a unanimous 6 votes from Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Cormack, Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Philseth, Councilmember Stone, and Councilmember Tanaka. And then for the next commission, which is the Parks and Recreation Commission, that was voted for 2 positions, only one position where one applicant had a majority vote, and that was Jeff Greenfield, who was an incumbent, who was voted by Vice Mayor Burt, Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Philseth, Councilmember Stone. And Warner Cribs, also incumbent, was voted by Councilmember Cormack, Councilmember Philseth, and Councilmember Stone. Nellis L. Freeman Jr. was voted by Vice Mayor Burt. Rich Pearson was voted by Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Tanaka. Andy Reid was voted by Mayor Du Bois. Thomas Rhoda was also voted by Councilmember Tanaka. And as a result, we only have one appointed member of the Parks and Recreation Commission. We'll have a second round of voting for the second term. And if we were to go to the next portion, which is the Planning and Transportation Commission, we have 2 positions that were voted on, and we have 2 majorities for the applicants. Bryna Chang, the incumbent, who was voted by Vice Mayor Burt, Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Philseth, Councilmember Stone, and Councilmember Tanaka. Our second appointment was Keith Reckdahl, who was voted by Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Cormack, Mayor Du Bois, and Councilmember Philseth. The other votes were for Catherine Jordan by Councilmember Tanaka, Arthur Keller by Councilmember Stone, Brigham Wilson by Councilmember Cormack. As a result, the 2 positions that were filled were by Bryna Chang with 5 votes and Keith Reckdahl with 4 votes, both appointed to the Planning and Transportation Commission. With that, we'll have to send a second round of voting, which will be sent to your emails as prior. And that would be just including the PARC full-term position. After we have both positions filled, then we will send out a form for the unexpired position.
Okay, and again, because we were ahead of schedule, there was a motion to appoint 2 ARB board members. We heard tonight there's one of the current board members has resigned, and so there was a motion to open up recruiting for those open positions in the month of January. So I think that's why we're complete on the ARB. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, I just wanted to note on the Parks and Rec Commission appointment that we had received during both the interview process and a subsequent letter from Ann Cribbs requesting that she be considered for the 1-year position. And so that was the reason that I did not vote for her on the first round, was because of that request. And so I just wanted to make sure the colleagues were aware and recalling that that was her request and recommendation.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Could the clerk please verify that? I mean, I recall her asking to be reappointed, but I don't remember her specifying that she wanted the shorter term.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a proper procedure. I asked her that question today. She's interested in full term. But given the number of applicants, she would have been happy, I think, with either term. So I'll leave that up to council members to decide what to do with that. So I guess we'll go ahead and send out that next round of voting, and we will continue with our agenda. So council members, check your email. There should be a second round email in your inbox. We are voting on the full term. Okay, so our next item on the agenda is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. So again, we did move item number 1. I don't believe we have any other changes. And so we'll move on to public comment, oral communications. This is a time. Oh, I'm sorry, I do see a few public speakers. Well, I think we're in oral communications. So if you'd like to speak to something that's not on the agenda, please raise your hand. We'll do 3 minutes a speaker, and we will continue taking hands through the end of the second speaker. Our first speaker is Elizabeth Ratner. Elizabeth should be able to speak now.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Burt, and honorable council members. I'm Lisa Ratner, speaking for the League of Women Voters of Palo Alto. Tonight, the League urges the Council to put onto its agenda for study and adoption before the next election 3 campaign finance reforms. 1, voluntary campaign spending limits in the range of $30,000. 2, donation limits from a single source. 3, lowering the amount of spending for the required disclosure of top funders of political ads from $50,000 to $2,500. These reforms are based on the League of Women Voters' long-held state and national positions on money in politics. The League's mission is to increase participation by citizens in government, both as informed voters and as candidates for office. Democracy depends on engaging people from all social and economic sectors to participate in government, not just those with access to wealth. The need to raise outsized amounts of money to run for the Palo Alto City Council has deterred many good people from running. Our league created a task force to study the issue. Here's what we found. Campaign spending from 2014 to 2020 rose by about 66% to an average of over $66,000 per candidate, dwarfing election spending in cities much larger than Palo Alto. In council races between 2014 and 2020, a small group of wealthy donors gave almost 30% of all donations. This does not reflect a community where all voices are heard equally. Very large donations create the appearance of undue influence and distrust of government, where the interests of people who can only give small or no donations are ignored. Unlimited campaign spending distorts democracy by allowing the biggest spenders to have the loudest voice. It raises concern over how candidates without access to wealth can afford to run for public office. We urge the Council to put these 3 common sense reforms on its agenda for study and adoption before the 2022 election. Over 100 cities and counties in California have enacted similar reforms, and some cities of greater population than Palo Alto have enacted lower limits than what we propose. Our written proposal is attached to a written version of these comments. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin. And again, if you'd like to speak, you should raise your hand now. We will stop taking speakers once Carrie finishes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to share my feelings that you all did not do diligence regarding the XCAP report and their recommendations for the Churchill Crossing. XCAP met for 1.5 years. I went to probably 20 meetings. There were 46 meetings in all. They thoroughly vetted all the grade separation ideas at the time. They produced a 153-page report. They spent many hundreds of thousands of dollars. And actually, they recommended Churchill closure plus mitigations on a 6-3 vote. Your first City Council study session, March of this year, there was lots of praise and congratulations from each of you individually about the XCAP report. The chairperson at that time was given most of the City Council's time to explain her minority recommendation versus the majority 6-3 recommendation, which was for closure plus mitigations. Public comment at that time was mostly one-sided and negative. City staff and AECOM traffic consultants who were paid hundreds of thousands of dollars were not given time to present the staff report or their data findings. 2 weeks ago, you had a second City Council study session about Churchill. Staff and AECOM did not present the preferred option, closure plus mitigations, which they had done many, many hours of work on. There was no comparison of the closure plus mitigations versus the partial underpass option. No XCAP member was there to explain the reasoning behind the majority position of closure plus mitigations. Page 55 of the report, of the XCAP report, gave some of the reasonings why the recommendation was for closure plus mitigations. First of all, it was the lowest cost by at least $100 million. I doubt the city community will spend $100 million to get partial underpass. There were minimal aesthetic impacts. The partial underpass is a very large concrete structure and concrete retaining walls, which I really doubt any of the residents who live on that part of Churchill will go for. Traffic mitigations, which were heavily vetted over many, many meetings, had almost no LOS delays for cars diverted away from Churchill. By choosing the partial underpass option, which With so many unknown factors and feasibility issues, you have chosen to delay and not have to make a hard decision in the best interest of the majority of your constituents by allowing two neighborhoods, Southgate and Professorville, to thwart the closure plus mitigation recommendation. You have all of you have bowed to political pressure, except for one person, and have passed this headache off to future councils. The Palo Alto process, once again, prevails.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Neff.
Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Burt, and council members. I'm Nancy Neff, a volunteer coordinator for the California Clean Money Campaign, a nonpartisan organization devoted to reducing the undue influence of money in politics. I'm also a member of the local campaign finance task force, commenting regarding enhanced disclosure. This refers to displaying the names of funders on political ads that are paid for by a committee that is independent of and not coordinating with the candidate, also known as independent expenditures. They pay for a lot of those glossy mailers we get during campaigns. It applies to all types of ads, such as robocalls, social media, print, or text message. Enhanced means that Palo Alto would increase the number of ads that must show who paid for them. We would scale the state law down to the local level by reducing it from 50,000 to say 2,500, the amount you can spend before being required to disclose the top funders on the ads. This will enable voters to be aware of the major players and who they are supporting in Palo Alto races. The main criticism I've heard about enhanced disclosure is that it doesn't solve everything. Well, it doesn't. In the Citizens United decision, the US Supreme Court said that independent expenditures cannot be limited. But it also said that disclosure is necessary and proper as the antidote for the unleashing of unlimited political spending by corporations and other groups. If people know who is paying for ads, Chief Justice John Roberts said, this transparency enables the electorate to make informed decisions and give proper weight to different speakers and messages. We can't limit independent expenditures, but we should do what we can by disclosing them. I urge Council to address runaway campaign spending by adopting the 3 proposed reforms in time for the 2022 elections. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is here in chambers, School Board Member Jennifer DiBrienza.
Thanks. Okay, good evening, honorable council members. It's nice to see some of your faces in person for the first time in a long time. My name is Jennifer DiBrienza, and I am here to talk to you today in support of campaign finance reform. As was noted in an op-ed a week ago and previous speakers tonight, the cost of running a successful campaign in Palo Alto has gone up significantly in the past few years. I know you all know, we have all been there. We have seen the impact of big dollars at the national and state level. And I think we can all agree it serves no one but special interests. The higher the cost of running a campaign, the smaller the impact of a small donor contribution. I serve on the Palo Alto School Board. The 5 of us, in my opinion, do not accurately reflect the population that we serve. Due to conversations I've had with lots of people around town who I'd love to see run for school board, many of them say that part of the reason is due to the fundraising necessary to launch a serious campaign. If you don't have the money yourself and you're not connected to people that do, it becomes really challenging to raise tens of thousands of dollars. We lose many great candidates because of this, I believe. Even those of us who are able, when we raise large dollar amounts from a small number of constituents, our small dollar donors feel like their contributions don't matter or aren't necessary. Sometimes small dollar donors don't even bother. In reading some of the comments on the op-ed from last week, I was really surprised by the resistance to such reform. It seems to stem from a lack of trust, which I think we've all experienced in this community as of late, unfortunately. And that's why clear limits across the board and increased transparency across the board, I hope can ease that concern. Limits would apply to all, individuals, companies, developers, special interests. Independent expenditures, as mentioned before, are declared different thanks to Citizens United. But increased transparency keeps all voting citizens better informed as to who or what is behind a particular candidate. And I think this helps us all. Implementing these reforms has not just, has several benefits. First, to remove not just undue influence over our elections, but the appearance of undue influence, which I think is really important in our conversations in this city. Second, to ensure the public's right to know who's using money to influence elections. Three, to promote citizen participation in the political process. And finally, it allows candidates to spend more time studying and communicating on issues of importance to voters and less time fundraising. If anyone's interested in discussing publicly financing elections, I'm all here for it. But in the meantime, it seems like these are logical, simple steps we can take to ensure more participation in our community and trust in our election process. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. So our last speaker will be Aaron James. Elizabeth Wheel, you had your hand up. I'm enabling you to speak. Do you still want to speak?
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor DuBose and Council. My name is Elizabeth Wheel, and I'm a member of the task force that is recommending the local campaign finance reforms other speakers have discussed. I'm here to give you some background about the task force that is working to make a local campaign finance reform a reality in Palo Alto. I first became aware of how Palo Alto City Council elections are funded when several years ago I read a news article in the Weekly reporting that some city council candidates had received donations upwards of $5,000. I was taken aback. Why, I wondered, would candidates need to seek donations of that magnitude in a city our size? Several years later, I was chatting with a member of the city council and asked about the possibility of limiting the size of campaign donations in local elections. I was told, never in Palo Alto. So when a friend mentioned that she was working on a task force studying local campaign finance reform options, I was eager to take up the challenge. Since January, the task force has been meeting weekly to study this issue. We researched election laws, we familiarized ourselves with relevant legal rulings, we reviewed campaign finance reform measures adopted in neighboring cities like Mountain View, Cupertino, and Redwood City. We talked to individuals who had considered running for city council but decided not to due to lack of personal wealth or access to big donors. We spoke to candidates and past council members who were frustrated by an election culture so focused on raising money for ads and mailers that they had little time to speak with constituents about their concerns. And we did an analysis of spending in 2020, which among other things found that nearly 1/3 of all donations council members received that year came from just 20 donors, each giving more than $3,500. I feel compelled to emphasize what seems fairly obvious. The reforms we are suggesting apply equally to all candidates, regardless of their positions on issues like housing, development, and parking. I'm going to close with a quote from a MapLight study called Campaign Funding in Silicon Valley, Spotlight in Palo Alto, that says, campaign funding influences the political process at every level. Who runs for office, who wins, to whom lawmakers listen, and what policies get passed. I urge the City Council to take up this critical issue in time for the 2022 election. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Aaron James.
Okay, so good evening. I'm looking at a timeline in reference to the Benitez case, but you've also got the Aleo case, the Joel Aleo case, where there was an attack by a canine in June of 2020 and no release of the Palo Alto police videotape, the body-worn cameras, until March of 2021. So what I'm talking about in reference to the Benitez case is just one of many examples of a lack of transparency with Chief Johnson's reign here in the city of Palo Alto. Chief Johnson became the chief in January of 2018. In February of 2018, there was the Benitez beatdown of Gustavo Alvarez. Other officers at the scene failed to report the matter, but were not disciplined or fired, and their failure to intervene or stop the Benitez attack was not disciplined. The extent of the incident was not revealed until 9 months later, after Alvarez's lawyer released a surveillance camera video that Mr. Alvarez had placed on his home at the Buena Vista mobile home. In October of 2020, Benitez is charged with a misdemeanor assault and a failure to file and a misdemeanor filing of a false police report. On December 1st of this year, 2021, the Post reviews the Benitez case file and found inflammatory text exchanges between one former and one current member of the police department, the former being DeStefano, the current being Malarkey. On December 10th, the Daily Post does another article called Police Higher Ups Reviewed the Text about the fuse. Jananko was interviewed. He says he has not received all the reports, although in February of 2021, the Benitez incident will be 4 years old. Because the cutoff for the IAP report was before December 1st of this year, 2021, the Benitez investigation will not be reported out in the February 2022 IPA report, but in fact, the earliest it will be the second IPA report of the year, which will be sometime in the spring or the summer of 2022. Your chief has managed to delay the reporting out of the Benitez incident all but 1 month of the 3.5 years that he's been chief, almost 4 years in February. It will be 4 years in a month in February that he's been our chief. Do you really think this chief is going to change his ways and all of a sudden become transparent, not want to encrypt radio messages, reveal incidents that can result in large suits and payouts? I don't think so. It's time to fire the chief. Thank you.
Thank you. That will end our closed comment. We're going to go back and check in with the clerk on item number 3.
Yes, so we have the results of our second round. I'm going to share my screen one more time and please let me know if it's not working.
Yep, it's working.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so we have one position for the Parks and Recreation Commission that we voted for, and we had no majority. The applicants that were voted for was Ann Warner Cribbs, the incumbent, with Councilmember Cormack, Councilmember Vilsath, and Councilmember Stone voting. Eve Klein with Vice Mayor Burt voting, Rich Pearson with Councilmember Tanaka voting, and Andy Reid with Mayor Du Bois voting. Another round of voting will be needed.
I'm going to suggest, if we have a little discussion before we just go into voting again. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, just following up on my previous comment. Following this round, we'll have the vote for the 1-year term on Parks and Rec, and that's the term that I would be supporting Ann Warner Cribbs for, and that's why I've elected to vote for another candidate on this round.
Any other comments? Why people are voting the way they are? We can continue balloting, but anybody have any other comments? I do think this really represents, we had a lot of strong candidates, not enough positions. Personally, I guess my struggle is I would like to see, I think we had some good new candidates. We do have this 1-year term. And so deciding where to split that is, I'm open to being convinced, but that's kind of the way I've been thinking about it. I've been voting for Andy Reid. I think she had experience in other cities on similar commissions. I think we also had Nellis Freeman, to me, was also very strong. And Ann Cribbs has been great as well. So I'm kind of torn between those 3. Councilmember Cormack.
I'm going to continue to support Ms. Cribbs. Her leadership has been exceptional. Her interest in moving things forward in terms of recreational opportunities and her willingness to participate in fundraising, I do think differentiate her from the other candidates. I don't think we have not reelected any incumbents this evening, so I'd be surprised if this was the one that we chose to do that with.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I just have a question. I went to Google and Googled Ann Warner Cribs. Is this person related at all to the Olympic stuff at all, or is that someone different?
Yes, she's an Olympic medalist.
Okay, because when I read the San Jose Mercury News, it just talks about ineligible because of, well, you guys could Google the article yourself. I that's what concerned me. I was just wondering if that was the same person or not, but that's why I was worried about that one. But you guys could Google it yourself. It's in Mercury News.
And Ann has been on our Parks and Rec Commission. Okay. Councilmember Stone.
I'm going to continue to support Ms. Cribbs for the full term. I've been impressed with her leadership. I think she's helped move the Parks and Rec Commission forward, especially during some challenging times and working on some really critical issues. And I think having some consistency within the commission will help. And I think she's provided really good insight. And I also, I have appreciated her ability to also think outside the box and be looking at solutions that are going to benefit Palo Alto, bringing forward ideas like a public gym that, of course, we'll have to discuss, but that type of, bringing those type of new ideas. And I was really impressed when I was at the Palo Alto Youth Council annual retreat. She showed up that day to talk with the students and introduce herself and to open herself up for greater partnership with the Palo Alto Youth Council, and has really expressed support of a lot of our youth services. So I'm excited to be able to continue to have Ms. Cribbs in that position.
Okay. So if there's no objections, I'm going to suggest that we limit voting to the people that receive votes in this round. So to be these 4 people. And if Clerk could go ahead and send out another round of ballot voting, we'll go ahead and move on to our consent calendar. So we're considering the consent calendar. Does anybody want to pull an item or register a no vote? Councilmember Tanaka. And you're muted.
No on 10, 13, and 14.
Vice Mayor Burt, your hand is up. I don't know if you left it up. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and go to the public, see if anybody would like to speak to the consent calendar. So if you'd raise your hand, again, this is speaking only to items that are on consent. And again, we will allow 3 minutes a speaker, and we will stop taking new hands at the end of the second speaker. Our first speaker is Caroline Garbarino.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for your time. I'm one of 4 homeowners of 1-story cottages on San Carlos Court that have fences abutting 739 Sutter Avenue, a proposed 3-story, 12-unit condo project. We asked a city planner to invite us to the initial ARB review, but were neither invited nor given a website to check for a date. The meeting was, hello?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. We're now on the consent calendar. I don't think this item's on the consent calendar.
Oh.
If I could direct you, maybe you could follow up with our city manager or city clerk, and they could direct you.
Okay. I have submitted this information to you as a letter, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Cedric de la Bougeret. Cedric?
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, just wanted to speak to item 12, the grant for the Woolware Park. I was just reading through that, and At first, I was concerned about the creek restoration opportunities, and then I saw that there's a 65-foot buffer along the edge of the creek where they're not putting any large infrastructure or paving, so as to permit the potential naturalization of Matadero Creek in that area in the future. So I was really happy to see that. And I just wanted to say that I thought that Peter Jensen and the rest of the staff and community did a really good job of designing that park. It looks really great. And so thanks to them and thanks to the city for moving forward on this. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Keith Bennett. And again, we will stop taking hands once Keith finishes.
Hello, my name is Keith Bennett, and I would like to comment on item number 8, the Small Business Efficiency Advisory Program, and in specifics, the Commercial Electrification Assistance Program. I'm in favor of this program, but I would like to give you everyone here a bit of perspective. The 3-year goal for reducing consumption of methane gas over the 3 years is 30,000 therms. Burning 1 therm of a natural gas releases about 12 pounds of CO2. So 30,000 therms is about 360,000 pounds of CO2. Last week, I listened to the presentation at the Planning and Transportation Commission regarding the Castellea expansion, which has a pool that's being built starting with the pool deck 15 feet below ground and then going down below that. It's a fairly large pool, as well as a large underground garage. My calculations, and you'll see a letter tomorrow on this, are that the amount of CO2 emitted from that construction will be about 1,520,000 pounds, which is more than 4 times the amount that's being saved over 3 years in this program, with which is costing people about $1 million in equipment. So I just ask the city to be consistent and think about what type of entitlements you grant that increase CO2 emissions, as well as reducing current consumption. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So our last speaker will be Winter Dellenbach, but our next speaker will be Aaron James.
So I wanted to address item 5, approval of an amendment number 1 to contract with the Downtown Streets team for a cleaning service with Downtown Streets team to go through January of 2024 at the cost of about $323,000 or more, or not to exceed that amount. Last year at this time, that same matter was on the consent calendar. You all took it off because there were allegations that the higher up administrators had engaged in sexual harassment. And there was a 44-page report, as you recall. Mr. Byrd refused to release that matter to the city council. You all indicated at that time that you were going to do an in-depth investigation because there were concerns that there was wage discrimination against women that worked there, as well as sexual harassment. And my understanding was you were going to insist that before any further monies be given to the Downtown Streets team, that the report be released to the city council and reviewed and make a determination as to the serious natures of those allegations. That has not happened to my knowledge. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. It seems to me it's incumbent on the council to advise the city, the people of the city of Palo Alto, if that report wasn't released to you all, why you didn't insist on it, and what your conclusions were, whether sexual harassment is continuing there and whether disparate wages between male and female employees continue to this day. Okay, I also want to jump briefly to item number 15. And that particular item is something that I discussed with a reporter in town. I'm looking for it right now as I go here. And that is approval of a memorandum of understanding between the City of Palo Alto Police Department and the City of Campbell for the Santa Clara County Specialized Enforcement Team for a period of 10 years at the cost of $10,000 or $5,000 annually, depending on the PAPD's participation. I would really like to see that item handled off calendar as well by the police chief to explain in more detail what the heck all of that means. Again, it's not a huge amount of money, but it is when you extend it over a period of 10 years. And my brief review of the report seems to suggest it's a secret, super secret, sort of a drug abatement force that has some questionable, I have some concerns about. At least we should put it on calendar in February when we have the annual meeting with the police department to see if they can explain what it is that we're doing here with this money. And does it mean that we're going to send it a member of the department when we're short numbers to Campbell or not? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Cruz Holloway.
Dear Mayor and Council members, my name is Alexis Cruz Holloway, and I would like to also comment on item number 5. I am the project manager for Downtown Streets team in Palo Alto. I was born and raised in Palo Alto and graduated from Palo Alto High School, and I feel honored to have served our most vulnerable community members over the past 2 years with Downtown Streets team, first as case manager and now as the project manager. We have enjoyed our long-standing contract to clean up the downtown area. Our team members are out there morning to evening, all 7 days per week, cleaning up the downtown district. Our team fluctuates between 25 to 35 people. In the last 2 months alone, our team members have removed 30,195 gallons of trash and debris in downtown Palo Alto. We have been cleaning up downtown Palo Alto for 16 years, and this contract allows us to compensate our team members for their volunteer work, cleaning up our downtown streets and garages, and to provide wraparound case management and employment services to assist them into self-sufficiency. This contract is vital to our operations, and we provide an incredible service to the city, downtown businesses, and those who live and work in and around the downtown area. In addition to providing this valuable service, our team members are also actively changing the perception of homelessness in our community. Without this contract, we would not be able to be cleaning in downtown Palo Alto. Thank you for having us and considering us tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elaine Wood.
Hello to the council and staff and everyone tonight. I too am commenting on item number 5. I'm Elaine Wood, and I am the board chair for Downtown Street Team. And I want to thank the council and staff for supporting our work here in Palo Alto. And I also want to thank the in-depth fact-finding and information exchange that the staff has been through with Downtown Street Team regarding the questions raised last year. Not only do we enjoy this partnership, but it is vital to our mission. Downtown Streets Team started right here on Hamilton Avenue 16 years ago. And so partnering with our founding community is essential to our model all across Northern California. We really value our longstanding connection here, and we just want to thank you again for the opportunity to continue this important contract. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Yes, also on item number 5, Downtown Streets Team. So I think the question is this to council members: what has changed? So my understanding from last year was that the city was going to look into the practices of the board and administration of Downtown Streets Team. And I would like to hear about the findings and what was undertaken and what has actually changed there. Because I was there when Owen Bird, who was on the board, got up and did something in chambers with city council that I have seldom seen before, and was caught out on the spot, which was actually lying to city council, to our city council, and to the public in the service of trying to get an over $300,000 contract from our city. And that's serious stuff. And so I just want to ask the city, this is on consent calendar, but I want to hear what has changed and what did the city do in the intervening time to find out, to look into Downtown Streets team. It is not in question that the service provided is a good service, a wonderful service, and that is understood. But the there were some really serious questions, I think, that Aram James laid out to some extent, some of the problems. So please, I want to hear about this before we hand out over $300,000 more money to this organization. Thank you, because you all have, there's a fiduciary duty here. Thank you.
Yep. All right, so that ends comment on the consent calendar. Would any council members like to modify any votes? Okay, we're going to go ahead and like to get a motion on consent.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and start voting this time with Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And I vote yes. So it passes 6-0 with no votes by Councilmember Tanaka on items 10, 13, and 14. Councilmember Tanaka, do you want to speak to your no votes?
Sure. So on 10, I think mainly we need to stay within our budget, especially if it isn't mission critical. On 13, I kind of spoke about this before, but in this case, we're paying lawyers to have, I guess, the ratepayers are suing ourselves over the utilities. And I feel because we are suing ourselves in some ways as ratepayers, we should not keep spending on this case. On 14, in terms of additional time off for the management, I think there's several issues here I have. So first, employees already get every other Friday off. I read that there's 23 vacancies in the management group. And so this implies that there's very low on management bandwidth. We already restored management pay from when we cut it. And the other problem I have with this is that I think it's also unfair to the rank and file employees who are also top performers. So for all those reasons, I don't think this makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could we go back to the city clerk, get an update on item number 3?
Yes, so we have the votes tallied, and I'll share my screen one more. And the position was filled with Ann Warner-Cribbs as the majority vote with 4 votes from Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Cormack, Councilmember Filseth, and Councilmember Stone. Eve Klein was voted by Vice Mayor Burt, and Rich Pearson was voted by Councilmember Tanaka. Hence, 2 positions were filled, and we will do the first round of voting of the unexpired position at Parks and Recreation Commission, and it will be emailed to you shortly.
Okay, so hopefully last round, a last position at least. And I think we should go back to all of the candidates we interviewed, obviously, except for these 2. All right, so check your emails and we'll go to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, let's see if the city clerk's office could please put the slides up. A few items of note for the council and community this evening. Great, thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, we'll lead off with our, something wrong with my display. Looks like yours is okay. Oh, sorry, just a little delay on mine. Let's start off with our weekly pandemic update. As I suspect members of the community have heard, the Omicron variant has been detected in Santa Clara County, and as reported by the Santa Clara County Public Health Officer last week, we are continuing to monitor this issue. Would note there was also a report of the variant being identified in the wastewater stream in North County, also an issue that the city has been involved with really since the beginning of the pandemic. So more information will be provided as we have it on this particular evolving issue. Next, want to note ongoing testing options in the city. We have heard from members of the community that the testing is obviously continues to be a very important resource for a variety of needs. And so we know both the Palo Alto Unified School District, as well as the city of Palo Alto, providing locations at various times during each week here in Palo Alto. And then finally, on this note, or on this topic of pandemic response, would note for the community that the City Council will, at the end of this evening's agenda, be discussing the timing of return for in-person meetings, including City Council meetings focused on the boards and commissions of the city. Next slide, please. Okay, and quick weather, oops, let me go back one, please. All right, quick weather update. This is actually a photo taken from the 7th floor of City Hall today, which uniquely positioned allows us to occasionally see an end-to-end rainbow, which was visible today. So wanted to share that. Sort of looks like it's doctored, but it's really not. Just a reflection of the window behind me as I took this photo. But in any case, just goes to show, even during stormy periods, there's elements of beauty. So just note that we have no significant storm-related issues here in Palo Alto as of this point in the series of storms expected this week. As always, your staff from Public Works Department, Utilities, Police, and Fire Departments are responding to any calls for service as issues arise, and will obviously be continuing to monitor conditions throughout the week. We do want to note that anytime we have rain, it's always a good time to remind residents that the city does offer sandbag filling stations at Rinconado Park near the tennis courts, Mitchell Park, and at the Palo Alto Airport. Though I would note no indications of flooding being a concern this week. Next slide, please. Okay, on holiday safety tips from our police department, would note that just recognizing what's going on in society in general, and certainly in the Bay Area, we have a number of tips from our police department in order to reinforce our ability as a community to have a festive and positive holiday season. Certainly in everyone's interest to harden the target, as they say, and really do everything we can to ensure that no crimes of opportunity are presented, those opportunities here in town. Next slide, please. Then on the thread of supporting our local businesses, would note that we have as we have last year, a theme of, as a part of our Uplift Local program, the opportunities to support local businesses through our, let's see, Uplift, it is there on the second bullet, upliftlocal.org website. And we have invited merchants throughout the community, throughout Palo Alto, to share any promotions that they would like community to be aware of, and that if any businesses are interested and we're not able to respond in time, we can still add them to our list. The 30 days extends throughout the month of December, and email our staff lead, kara.apple@cityofpaloalto.org. Next slide, please. And noted this last week, but a couple of local holiday events coming up, and in terms of opportunities for community members to share in what they're doing for the holidays, holiday home decorating contest, as well as our annual holiday toy drive led by our community services department, with information on both of these on our webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/toy drive. Next slide, please. And note, as always, Palo Alto being the environmentally conscious and sustainability-minded community that we are, note some waste-free ideas for reducing any waste through the holiday season, and always hats off to our zero waste staff, always providing great ideas and some options for the community. cityofpaloalto.org/ZW holiday. Zero waste holiday. Next slide, please. And then finally, looking forward into the new year, we would note the council's organizing meeting that will happen on January 3rd, first Monday in January at 6 p.m. Next meeting being on January 10th with business tax and NV-CAP plan review on the docket. Then a number of important and ongoing topics of discussion later in January and beyond. Would note the council will be on recess from December 15th through January 2nd. And note for the council members that we have started some discussion of the possibility of an additional meeting on January 31st, the last Monday in January. So work with the city clerk's office to confirm that availability and an agenda. And with that, I believe that's, just would like to note the council priorities survey that is ongoing and noted in, thank you, on our website, paloalto.org/council priorities, opportunity for community members to weigh in on priorities in advance of the council's planned retreat on Saturday, February 5th. Thank you. That concludes my remarks this evening.
All right, let's go back to the clerk for an update on item number 3.
Mr. Mayor, we're still waiting for results from one council member.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our action calendar. Our first item tonight is a progress report on sustainability and our climate action plan. Would staff like to kick us off?
Yes, and good evening, Mayor Du Bois and Council. I'm Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. The Council's most recent discussion about the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan update, which we also call the SCAP, was on April 19th earlier this year. And since that meeting, staff and the Council SCAP Ad Hoc Committee have been working closely to make progress on the SCAP. Next slide, please. So for tonight, our objectives are to provide a brief overview of the recent progress on the SCAP update, to discuss the SCAP 3-year work plan, which also now incorporates the council direction from that April 19th meeting earlier this year, and for Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember Cormack, the ad hoc committee, to provide their feedback on the SCAP update process and their recommendations for next steps so far. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sustainability Manager Christine Luong, who will give the staff presentation.
Thanks, Brad. Next slide, please. So just a quick recap of where we are, or some background on our SCAP, is that our current SCAP is made up of 3 components: a goal of reducing our greenhouse gas emissions 80% by 2030 relative to our 1990 baseline. We had a draft SCAP framework from 2016 and a 2018 to 2020 sustainability implementation plan. So consistent with City Council's adoption of climate change protection and adaptation as one of the top priorities for calendar year 2021, staff launched an SCAP update in early 2020 to come up with the strategies needed for us to meet our 80 by 30 goal. We want to have one standalone CEQA reviewed SCAP instead of one that has 3 separate components. So SCAP stakeholder engagement began last year and is discussed in more detail in the staff reports. 80 by 30 is the overarching sustainability goal, but we have several equally important goals in the following areas: energy, mobility, electric vehicles, water, climate adaptation and sea level rise, natural environment, and zero waste. Next slide, please. So at the April 19th, 2021 City Council meeting, Council reviewed the SCAP update report, provided feedback on policy tools, and directed the mayor to form an SCAP ad hoc committee and directed staff to pursue near-term actions in parallel to the SCAP update and further develop various elements of the SCAP, as you can see here on this slide. Next slide, please. As directed by council, the mayor appointed Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember Cormack to the SCAP ad hoc committee with the purpose of engaging with a stakeholder group of domain experts and community activists to guide the development, implementation, and communication of SCAP update. This work supports finalizing the SCAP update and the draft SCAP report, which will be presented to council in early 2022. Next slide, please. The first SCAP ad hoc committee meeting was held in August of this year, and the schedule for past and future meetings is shown here. The SCAP ad hoc committee meets on the second Thursday of every month and dives deeply into various issues of the SCAP update. The meetings we held this year focused mainly on building electrification and transportation. And next year, the committee will focus on climate impacts, spend a lot of time on funding and resources, and exploring a new climate goal for after 80 by 30. Next slide, please. So the SCAP ad hoc committee recently formed an SCAP ad hoc committee working group to draw upon the expertise of community members. The working group members are individuals who have committed to attending multiple SCAP ad hoc committee meetings and to working on discrete projects outside of those meetings. The role of the working group is to provide feedback and discussion on proposed strategies. And currently the working group members are Diane Bailey, the Executive Director of Menlo Park, Lincoln Blevins, the Executive Director of Sustainability and Energy Management at Stanford University, Justine Burt, no relation to Vice Mayor Burt, Sustainability Consultant, Debbie Meitels, 350 Silicon Valley Palo Alto, and Julia Zeitlin, founder of the Silicon Valley Sunrise Hub and student at Castanea High School. Next slide, please. Oh. And before I go on to the next slide, the SCAP ad hoc committee has also recruited several members of the community as what we're calling domain advisors. More than 20 community members have volunteered as domain advisors in a variety of topics, and we will be engaging with them in the near future. Next slide for real, please. Thank you. Staff updated the draft SCAP goals and key actions to incorporate elements from the April 19th council motion. And we also created a draft SCAP 3-year work plan to address the elements of the council motion to begin implementation of near-term programs before the SCAP update is finalized. The draft work plan is provided in attachment A to the staff report on packet page 273. The current draft of the 3-year work plan envisions one potential way to implement the SCAP that involves 2 phases. So phase 1, which we are thinking will take 2 to 3 years, is all about raising awareness, launching voluntary programs that can be scaled up later, and that can generate some successes that we can, have some good feedback on, possibly pass some mandates, for example, end of life replacement and all electric construction updates to the energy code, and most importantly, have a plan for full scale implementation and identify funding sources. So phase 2 would be full scale implementation. We envision that this could include available funding for the entire community for any needed incentives, new business processes and programs established to minimize impacts to city operations, and general awareness of the community of the need to electrify, that awareness is fully established. So staff also included elements from the council motion in topics for discussion at the SCAP ad hoc meetings, at an SCAP ad hoc committee residential building electrification workshop with the SCAP working group, and in various communication efforts. It's important to note that the residential building electrification workshop resulted in some very exciting additional approaches to electrification that staff and the ad hoc committee have not yet had a chance to follow up on. So the ad hoc committee, staff, and the working group plan on discussing this approach to electrification further in January after the holiday break. We expect that there could be changes to the work plan as a result. Those discussions and changes would also be part of the decision-making on proposing necessary staffing, including specific classifications that the SCAP ad hoc committee is recommending. Next slide, please. We've heard time and time again from many people that we cannot delay action on climate change. So I just want to emphasize, we do not have to wait until the SCAP is adopted by council and CEQA review is completed before we can start working on some of the SCAP goals. There are 5 broad areas of effort that we know we need to focus on right away and that we're prioritizing over the next 3 years. These would be to build consensus among advocates and policymakers, engage stakeholders for SCAP input, partner with the community to raise awareness and promote services, build compelling services and tools and recruit users, and create an electrification roadmap. Next slide, please. So as you can see from our SCAP adoption and implementation timeline, we see the need to start working on all of those 5 work areas in parallel. The first work area, building consensus among advocates and policymakers, you can see is the blue of the SCAP ad hoc process of adopting the SCAP. The other areas I mentioned in the previous slide, the orange is engaging stakeholders, the green is building community awareness and partnerships, the yellow line is building compelling services and tools, and the gray line is the additional SCAP studies and long-term policy development, which will be needed to create an electrification roadmap. Next slide, please. So what still needs further discussion is how Palo Alto will fund SCAP implementation and what staffing and resources are needed to meet the 80 by 30 goal. 2030 is just 9 years away. And as you can see in this graph, under what we call a business as usual scenario, so that's not adding any new plans or policies other than what council has already adopted, that's business as usual. Palo Alto's emissions are projected to be about 47.4% below 1990 levels in 2030, the orange line. If we adjust the business as usual to include Palo Alto's higher EV adoption rates and increased telework, then the yellow line, that's 52.1% reductions by 2030. And to achieve the 80 by 30 goal, which is the green star following the green line, you see that we need to significantly increase both the scale and the speed of our greenhouse gas emissions reductions. Our near-term SCAP implementation work relies heavily on education and voluntary adoption of SCAP strategies. But in order to scale up our emissions reductions to achieve 80 by 30, we will need to consider much higher levels of intervention and the resources required to achieve those levels. So now I'd like to turn the presentation over to Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember Cormack, who will provide their perspectives on the SCAP update and next steps.
Thanks. Before we go to the ad hoc, I think we got an update on item number 3.
Yes, so we have received all the votes for the position that is unexpired on the Parks and Recreation Commission. There was no majority vote. We did get votes for Nellis L. Freeman Jr. from Vice Mayor Burt, Mayor Du Bois, and Councilmember Filseth. We have 1 vote for Shani Kleinhaus from Councilmember Stone, and 2 votes for Rich Pearson from Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Tanaka. A second round of voting will be required and will be sent by email shortly.
Council wish to have any discussion, or should we just vote? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody raising their hands. We'll just go ahead and vote. And now let's go to our ad hoc and understand, Councilmember Cormack, were you going to go first?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much, Mayor Du Bois. And if we could get the slides back up when you get a moment. I know the clerk is doing about 17 things tonight. Thank you. Perfect. Great. I'll start with this. And first of all, I want to say, Ms. Long, I think it's actually 8 years and 2 weeks. It's not exactly 9 years, 2030. I mean, I know we're going to count at the end, but time is definitely slipping away. I want to start by acknowledging the progress that's been made, and the staff report lays that out on page 262. So we have made some progress on a per capita basis in reducing greenhouse gases. But you can see the step change that has to happen for us to get down to the green star. This ad hoc is really doing 3 things, as in my opinion. First, we're really delving into these topics in a way that we're just not able to at a council level with the time that we need. Second, we're really stress testing the plans from multiple angles and multiple perspectives. And it's a stressful situation, for some of us, but that's part of what we're doing, is looking at things from different angles and getting information from other places. And finally, we really are here to accelerate action. And whether that's changing the 80 by 30 goal, or whether that's figuring out how we're going to get there, or where any pilot program might show up on that timeline, those are the things we're doing. I do want to thank just everyone who's been involved, our staff, the members of the public who've been participating, our newly formed working group, and the people who volunteered to be our advisors. We are definitely all in this together. And I think at every workshop, I can see that, I'm sure others can as well, the benefit of us working together. Our challenge is really laid out here at the bottom of the slide. There's a lot of building we have to do. And I'm using a phrase that Sherry Liscarton suggested early on, is called building community momentum, which is really more than education or communication. It's the idea that, we're going to get everyone to do this together. And then second, we hear a lot about this. We actually got an email about it today. Building this reliable and resilient capacity is crucial. People are going to be relying on it, and we need to be able to provide it and communicate that it will be there. And then funding strategy. The staff report lays it out quite well. The number one objection to many of these changes, certainly in people's homes, really starts with cost. So a lot of what we're discussing at the ad hoc is, it can be summed up as time and money. I do want to say a little bit about words and the communication part. And I'll give an example on page 266 of the staff report. People are unfamiliar with what, quote, residential electrification conversion means. Well, who can blame them, right? This is an example of where we need to make things more straightforward for our community. And that's going to be a big part of the work plan, figuring out how to describe getting the gas out of our homes, and to make that something that's more understandable. The next step tonight that we'll be asking you, our colleagues, to take is to ask staff to come back, and if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you so much. And I'm talking specifically about item 3 here. Propose the necessary staffing in both the electric fund and the general fund. And we can certainly have a discussion, when we come back to council after public comment, and staff can share some more thoughts. It's not clear yet what those numbers should be, but it is absolutely clear that we have to have some people on our city staff working to develop these plans. Up till now, we've really relied on a cross-functional group that's basically got 2 hats on, their day job and doing this work, with the exception of Ms. Luong, and it's really time to staff this like the critical need that it is. And then finally, what I really want to do is acknowledge frustration, the frustration that I feel, that I know the staff feels, and I know some members of the public feel, that this just isn't going fast enough when there's so much bad news every single day on our phones and elsewhere. And I want to acknowledge that, and I want to encourage everyone to stay the course. We are in, I remember describing this with great separation. We're in the messy middle here. And I know it's frustrating. I certainly feel it. But I firmly believe this is going to continue to be a council priority next year. I'll be stunned if it's not. I look forward to hearing colleagues' questions and feedback. And I'll go ahead and turn it over to Vice Mayor Burt.
Great, thank you, and thanks for that summary of where we are. First, I'd like to just comment on the importance, which I expect we'll hear from additional members of the public. But if you look on page number 3 of the staff report under the discussion, it points out that when we adopted the 80-30 goal in 2016, many thought it was pretty aspirational. And in one sense, when we look at the challenges of achieving it, it has many aspects that have to be defined and developed and ultimately implemented successfully. But what's happened since then is that the International Organization of Local Governments for Sustainability, called ICLEI, now has established that after the Paris Climate Accords, for cities like us, the 80-30 goal is what is necessary to achieve our share of meeting the Paris Climate Accords. And so the proportionate share of responsibility in that sense has been elevated. But as we've all seen, the pace of climate change, overwhelming indications are that it's accelerating. And that's the consensus of the international community. I'd like to say that we have had in this monthly set of meetings of the SCAP ad hoc committee, an incredible participation from very engaged members of the public, ranging from 65 to 85 participants in every meeting. And many of them have been coming forward with really substantive, valuable contributions throughout the process. And it just reflects on the resources that we have in the community committed to this, and the value that they bring and the commitment that they have. We also, a couple weeks ago, had a workshop of senior staff, Councilmember Cormack and myself, and several of our members of the working group advisory body. And it was a really productive meeting. For me, the takeaways were first that our staff is really committed to this objective, and they're all in. And that includes an openness to looking at new methods and new approaches to permitting, to how we might fund, how we can look outside the box at approaches that others are doing. We just saw that the city of Ithaca, New York, has a nationally recognized new approach that is leveraging financial resources from the financial markets and from philanthropy and city funds to really be able to then use a outsourcing approach to this full electrification. That's the sort of very innovative program that is emerging, and that our staff and those of us on the committee are very open to doing. And then I'd like to just share that we have also some relatively good news. Part of what we're looking at on I think it's page 10 of the report is a recognition that the plan that was presented to us back in February, I think it was, based upon the AECOM consultant study, had used assumptions on technologies and costs of the implementation of costs of new renewables, of storage capacity, of the cost of heat pumps and related matters and elements of the plan that were relatively conservative and based on current costs and current technologies. But we and the experts are seeing that we're in the midst of a very rapid decline in the cost of these technologies and improvements in their performance. And in the coming months, we're going to try to bring in some experts who will help guide us on what other assumptions we may be able to make over the course of the coming 8 years on how those costs are likely to decline. And there's no magic wand that lets us see exactly what those numbers will be, but we expect that we'll see some different scenarios on that, and that they're liable to be more favorable on the implementation cost than what we had originally assumed in the report. And lastly, there's still a great deal of work to be done on this. When we look at page 4 and the actions that the council added on to what was already the staff plan, most of those have not really been fleshed out yet by the committee or the staff. It's a lot of work. And as Councilmember Cormack mentioned, we need greater bandwidth on our staff, and we need to leverage our resources so that we're able to capitalize on the expertise that resides in our surrounding community, on partners of organizations in surrounding communities, at the incredible internationally prominent resources at Stanford, and at residents that we have who are actually very strong experts and committed to help us not only understand the development of the program, but help build the support for the program and help us implement it at a grassroots level. So we have a great challenges ahead of us, but Palo Alto, despite those challenges, is right now really one of the leaders. And what we do, just like what we saw from Ithaca, New York, what we've seen when first cities start adopting programs toward electrification of new buildings and beyond that, those cities have far greater impacts than their direct impacts. They are influence leaders, and others look to them and say, great idea, if they can do that, we want to, and it has orders of magnitude potential impact. And frankly, that's what we need to have. If leading cities don't do that, then we're not going to get where we need to quickly enough. So good luck to all of us tonight in this discussion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go to the public. And so if you would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand now. But before we do that, let's check again on this exciting voting process. Hopefully we have a result for item number 3.
Yes, we're still waiting on council members to finish voting, and once I'll notify you when we're ready to present.
I need to just say who hasn't voted so they'll know to check.
Oh, yes, Vice Mayor Burt, I believe because he was presenting, he was preoccupied at the moment, but
okay,
yes.
Thanks. All right, so Pat will vote. So based on the number of speakers, if we could go with 2 minutes a speaker. And looks like our first speaker tonight will be Gail Price.
Thank you. Dear Mayor Du Bois and council members, I am Gail Price, a community member. I am staying the course. As a former elected official, I sat where you are now. I appreciate your work and staff's work on many complex issues, including the SCAP plan. I know how long the City Council has been struggling with reducing our carbon footprint. It has been 5 years since this latest SCAP process started. We all recognize that the staff has done some excellent research and analysis, but they cannot achieve outcomes needed without resources and time to implement programs and pilot programs within the next 3 to 8 months. These will set benchmarks to assess our progress and enable further refinement. For example, how many hot water heaters and furnaces need to be replaced each year, starting now? Give the staff explicit support to put into action the programs we know we have to implement. You need to provide leadership and bolder actions and not fall prey to the Palo Alto syndrome of more research and analysis for a perfect outcome. It is critical to approve the work plan and key actions tonight to accelerate and complete work already identified. Other communities have identified new methods and funding options. Frankly, your legacy decision should be to provide sufficient funds and further direction to make the SCAP a prominent and significant work plan focus for many, many departments and the community. This all should be a true priority for the city. We fear what the consequences of delay will be. We depend upon you to address this reality. We know what needs to be done, but we really don't have a choice. Time is running out and it's time to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lisa Van Dusen.
Good evening, Mayor Du Bois, Vice Mayor Burt, council members, city manager Shikata, and staff. My name is Lisa Van Dusen, and I'm speaking as an individual tonight rather than representing any one organization with which I'm affiliated, including the Palo Alto Community Fund, where I serve as executive director. I served on the SCAP Advisory Council a number of years ago, back in the day. I'm not sure what year that was, and I'm glad that the SCAP and climate action are among the city's top priorities for this year. And as Council Member Cormack indicated, I would be stunned if it not continue to be. I also want to thank Council Member Cormack and Burt, Vice Mayor Burt, for their leadership on this issue. I would like to speak briefly about the interconnectedness of nearly every social, economic, and environmental issue to climate change. I suspect that most members of the Palo Alto community, whether they be residents or workforce members or members of surrounding communities with whom we're also highly interconnected and dependent, have issues that are most important to them. People may care most about health, safety, education, housing, seniors, childcare, business, the arts, transportation, our natural environment, and of course, a favorite for so many, parking and traffic. So I hope we consider these issues as portals or pathways to dealing with climate action, and that we bring everyone together to realize that these issues are, you cannot untangle them from climate. So for all of us to care, we need to partner and embed climate in everything that we do when we're addressing all these other issues. They are part and parcel, and the only way we can close the gap on these graphs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cedric de la Bourgearde. Cedric, could you help me pronounce your last name? I should know it by now. Apologies.
No worries, it's hard for everybody. Cedric Pitot de la Bourgeardière. So yeah, I support the implementation plan. I would urge you to hire staff as needed to move the plan into action. If it has not done so already, the city should declare a climate emergency so it can move quickly on this issue. Please don't get bogged down in process, but instead do work quickly on implementing solutions. I'd suggest looking to regeneration.org. There's a book called Regeneration by Paul Hawken. That's a sequel to his book Drawdown. which talks about what we can do to reduce our emissions and also draw down climate gases from the atmosphere without techno widgets, but using natural solutions. Also, it encouraged the city to endorse and support Green California initiative, which would urge the California governor to declare a climate emergency and to adopt policies contained therein to reduce our emissions through the state. Forget the level, but it's quite significant and beyond the levels that have already been committed to. And then also, I would encourage you in part of your electrification efforts to incentivize heat pumps for space heating. We installed one recently, not just for water heating, but for space heating. It's been working great, heating us in the winter and cooling in the summer, and operating at higher efficiencies than any other non-passive system. So there you go. Please move forward quickly on these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Gara.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. I also want to thank the ad hoc committee. I was able to attend a couple of their meetings, and it's just amazing to see all the hard work and creativity that's going into this. I just in terms of timing, I know that everybody is nervous about the timing. I was happy to hear the idea that we could be actually, taking or moving towards some progress while we're in phase one. But when I was looking at the items that will be completed in phase one, it does look like it's going to be mainly like communicating to the public and voluntary adoption. I think those things are really very, very critical. But when I hear about hot water heaters, for instance, the lifetime is usually given as average of 10 years. And if you think about us being in a phase one for 2 to 3 years, that could literally be 20 to 30% more of Palo Altans who just bought a new hot water heater and are going to be really reluctant to change it. So I'm wondering, could we just go after that as the low-hanging fruit and really try to communicate to the public that we have a voucher for this, that we're working on this, and start hitting some benchmarks to change over some of those water heaters starting in year one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just want to note that our final speaker will be Larry Klein, but we're going to go back to the clerk to see if we have results.
Yes, and we do have the results ready. I'll share them right now. And we have a majority for Nellis L. Freeman for the one position that is unexpired with the term ending December 15, 2022. He has 5 votes from Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Cormack, Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Vilsack, and Councilmember Stone. Rich Pearson had 1 vote from Councilmember Tanaka.
Great. Well, I just want to say congratulations to our new board and commission members, and thank you to everybody that applied. So we're going to go back to our public speakers. Our next speaker was Oscar Anderson. See, he was there a second ago, and then I went to click on him and he disappeared. There he is.
Oh, hello. I'd like to thank the Palo Alto City Council for hello. I'd like to thank the Palo Alto City Council for their commitment to fight climate change and leave the city a habitable place for our generation. My name is Oscar Anderson, and I'm a sophomore at Pali, and from 350 Silicon Valley. And ever since middle school, we learned to wear masks to protect our lungs from smog due to California wildfires. And since then, We've worn masks more and more days each year and had to have our PE classes, lunch, and recess indoors. More kids are dealing with asthma and many more will face lung diseases while growing up. My friends and I grew up in Palo Alto and we love our city and want to continue living here, but we want to live in the same city that we grew up in, not one that is going to be destroyed by climate change. Many of us are doing our part to fight climate change every day. We bike to school and around town. We make meal choices that are sustainable and we minimize our daily energy usage. We hope that the adults in this city will fight with us and give us a chance to continue living in this beautiful city that we call home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jason Titus.
All right. So I'm Jason Titus, living in Palo Alto for, I guess, 20 years now. And as a father of three, everything that Oscar just said resonates for me when I look at my sons going to school and having to stay inside because of the smoke and all of the changes that are happening, and the urgency of this is immense. And so this summer, I can say that for our house, we decided that we are going to try and electrify. And my experience so far has been that everything has been challenging. And whether it's finding contractors who actually have installed heat pumps for heat pump water heaters or a heat pump for the house, or getting information on which equipment is best or to use, all the way through to I'm 5 weeks into a permit to get an EV charger on our driveway. And all of these areas, we just have to make it easy for people to do the right thing. As was said earlier, we have every day that goes by, so for a city of Palo Alto size, we're probably having 5 water heaters expire and need to be replaced. And those water heaters will be burning gas for another 10 to 13 years. So we don't really have the time to spend sort of figuring out what to do. We need to figure out how to get optimize our processes so that there's much less friction. Going to have in pre-approved models, faster or virtual inspections. Can we have fewer forms? Can we have can we partner with groups who've done this in other cities so that we can actually have folks who can just walk you through the process to say, I want to do the right thing. And we should be able to have that be the easiest solution on the night your water heater explodes and you need to get it replaced, so that you end up with something that you want that doesn't pollute your home and doesn't emit CO2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Roof.
Hello, my name is Katie Roof, and I'm a junior at Gun High School. Well, I know you've heard from me quite a few times before. There's a reason I continue to attend these meetings. It's because I have hope. I've seen the ad hoc committee's continued efforts to bring Palo Alto the changes we need to see, and their perseverance has proven to me that my city is capable of enacting the change we need. However, that does not mitigate the fear that I feel as I wake up to warnings of flash floods in the winters or droughts in the summers. Council, I need you to realize that I'm scared. Everyone here with me tonight and dozens of others who are too busy with finals to make it are too. We are scared because we are trying so hard. We formed coalitions, engaged with politicians, volunteered with organizations, and continue to attend these meetings. But we are trying to tackle a global issue and we cannot make any progress without your help. I know that you are under-resourced and understaffed, and that this is limiting the amount of work that you can do. However, it does not prevent you from taking any action at all. Please remember your 80 by 30 goal and keep in mind what our city can do to help. Please begin working on the SCAP goals. The staff has been building it painstakingly for 3 years now, and we need to get started as quickly as possible, especially on electrification and our other 4 goals, if we even want a chance of having our own city's goals met. We may be just one city out of thousands in the country, but we can't let that make us think that our actions don't matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Cole.
Hello, Mayor, Council, and ad hoc committee members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. The number one comment has been we need to speed up this process. And so far, through the ad hoc meetings and stuff, I've seen no speed up of the timeline that they first adopted. This is critical that we move ahead as fast as we can and not at the Palo Alto speed that we're that we're used to. That won't get us there. In the April report to City Council on the SCAP, we are falling 8% behind our goal with all the projections that were made, even though some of those may not be quite as up to date. That means we're missing our goal. If you want to put up slide 11, I'll speak to that when it finally shows up. But what we need to do is, as Lisa Van Dusen pointed out, every major item that comes before council, major project, policy, or expenditure needs to be seen through the lens of how this is going to affect our goal. It is incumbent on all council members, not just the ad hoc committee members, to ask, how is this going to affect our 80 by 20 goal? And it's also incumbent on staff to put in a brief comment on every report, major report, saying this is how it'll affect the 80 by 20 goal, 80 by 30 goal. And so I'll be looking for council members to mention this for many items, any item that comes up before council. If you look at that graph on page 11, it shows that inflection point at 2019, and the graph's pointing sharply down if we're going to make our goal. That point is actually moved out to 2022 or 2023, according to the current timeline, which makes our targets even harder to get to and even steeper. So we really must act as quickly as possible. This means it's going to be uncomfortable and out of your comfort zone to make these decisions, but that's what we must do. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Daniel Savu.
Hello, my name is Daniel Savu, and I'm a gun junior and a part of the Green Team at Gun. It is my honor to be here and contribute to the good work being done by the city to create a more sustainable future. However, before I came here, I didn't even know what the 80 by 30 goal was for and how it's already being implemented. How can we expect residents to contribute collectively to a citywide goal when there is little knowledge of why people have "I'm going electric" signs in their front yard, let alone incentives like home electric evaluations and heat water pump subsidizations? In order to execute the 80 by 30 goal to its full extent and in the most equitable way, there needs to be a more developed financial plan that can subsidize the electrification of homes for people who may not have the resources to electrify, including where the money will come from and who is eligible for subsidized electrification, especially if we want to expedite greenhouse gas reduction. Furthermore, there needs to be more data included in advertising to help convey that electrification does not need to be costly with proper planning and may even be more cost-effective in the long run. To do this, the City of Palo Alto needs to implement advertising that will reach a larger range of people, and specifically the people who have the least time and resources to consider electrification. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sadia Anand.
Hello, Council. First of all, I want to say thank you for all your hard work and your commitment. I really appreciate it. And I want to start by saying I'm a senior at Gun High School. And as a youth member of the community, I want to emphasize how much of a threat climate change truly is. We've already seen the impact with the droughts and with the wildfires, and that further illustrates how we need to take action now. As a member of my generation, I want to make sure that we can still enjoy nature and do the things that we do far into the future. So I believe that the electrification program is an amazing step towards making our future more sustainable, but this needs to be a more broad effort. By spreading more awareness on electrification, we can really rally our entire community, because I'm sure there are dozens more community members that support the same cause that we do. Additionally, I greatly push you to accept the SCAP draft and the 3-year work plan to provide the necessary support to this team. It is so important that we begin putting this plan into action as soon as possible so we can be on track for the 80 by 30 plan and continue being a sustainable member of the Bay Area. Palo Alto is already very sustainably minded, and I hope we can continue to make changes to support the future of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is John Kelly.
I'd like to thank the council for creating the ad hoc committee. I'd like to thank Mayor Du Bois for appointing Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember Cormack to the committee. I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Burt and Cormack for their service on their committee. I'd like to associate myself with all the prior comments, especially those of Andrea Gara, Justin Titus, and David Cole. Briefly, I'd like to take David's point, which I think is an excellent one, a step further. There's no reason why either tonight or at your next meeting, you cannot insist that every report, such as the one given to you by the city manager tonight, include a specific SCAP impact statement, just as we hear about policy implications, resource impact, environmental review on tonight's report. I cannot emphasize enough, however, that despite all this good work, people are dying now. Things are much worse than the IPCC consensus process predicts. These are all questions of time and money, and we need citywide emergency action now. If there was any doubt about that, please go home and do as Councilmember Cormack suggested and look at your phones and read today's news about the Thwaites, I'm probably mispronouncing it, Eastern Ice Shelf situation. Things are getting worse quickly. I want to emphasize that we should set very different goals for the work plan. We should adopt the work plan no later than Earth Day 2022. We should have intermediate goals each following year on Earth Day. And I also question what seems to be happening with the council's priorities by seemingly putting a business tax on the November 22nd ballot before consideration of a municipal carbon tax. Those are the wrong priorities. We have an existential ecological threat, and the council should place its tax priorities appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Bennett.
Hello, my name is Keith Bennett. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. Lisa made the excellent point that climate change needs to be embedded in all of our policies, including housing. And when, of course, council approves variances or zoning changes for larger projects. For example, let me give you some suggestions for a couple of projects that are in the works now. When approving underground construction in high groundwater areas, look for alternative designs to greatly minimize and reduce the amount of concrete used. Examples that come to mind are building higher rather than underground at San Antonio and Charleston, the housing complex there, reducing the parking, the second level of parking at 660 University Avenue, or rethinking the Castellea project. As a second point, Andrea mentioned that hot water heaters are low-hanging fruit, and Daniel talked about the need to provide resources for those who can't afford to make a change. So the question is, how do we raise money for it? Well, the Catholic Church had an idea for this a long time ago. People could buy their indulgences. And so, for example, someone who wants to put in a project that uses a lot of concrete could pay money into a fund to offset those emissions through reduction of greenhouse gases at residentials. The Castellea project, for example, will emit about 3,000 years worth of my CO2 emissions from burning natural gas for hot water and cooking. For me to replace that, even if I spend only $5,000, that's like $15 million of impact. So having some money to do that might go somewhere along those lines. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paige.
Hi, my name is Paige, and I am a junior at Gunn High School. I ran cross country for my school for the past 4 years. However, each season I remember meets where they were delayed due to wildfires or smoke pollution. Even this year, with the added challenge of COVID, our team had to run with masks when the air quality index was almost 100 in Palo Alto. I've seen with my own eyes the direct effect of climate change in even privileged communities like ours. No one is exempt from the effects of climate change. And the efforts of Palo Alto don't just improve our community, it affects the entire world. No one can stop the climate change alone, but one step we can take is reaching the 80-30 goal. So please help us educate our city and make this place livable for my generation and those to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shawnee Kleinhaus.
Good evening. I would like to first congratulate the people that were elected tonight for sorry, just one sec. Congratulate Nellis Freeman for his appointment to Parks and Rec and the other appointment commissioners. We are in the midst of an extinction era equivalent to the time the dinosaurs disappeared. This is largely, although not entirely, due to climate change. Sang Lee, the chair of the IPCC, said that the new report was an important step in collaboration between scientific fields focusing on climate and those focused on biodiversity, since climate change and biodiversity loss combine to threaten society, often magnifying and accelerating each other. There is a lot Palo Alto can do locally for biodiversity. Bird safety and dark sky ordinance, for example, is recently adopted in Cupertino, introducing biology and biodiversity into stormwater and other green infrastructure in the urban forest, planting only native vegetation in all our parks. There is a lot we can do. Mountain View has bird safety as part of their REACH codes and has prioritized biodiversity in its strategic plan. We need to move away from fossil fuels, but we also need to care for our biological fabric holistically. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Hofberg.
Hi, my name is Mark Hofberg. I'm a retired physicist with degrees from MIT and New York University. I've worked extensively in both corporate and research environments. I've been a Palo Alto resident for 25 years, and I'm a concerned citizen of our planet. I urge the council to take action now. No more delays. Every minute we delay will cost us more in the future. We need to keep our eyes on the prize, and that means eliminating fossil fuels wherever we can and electrifying everything as fast as we can. We need to act on our plans at a speed and a scale that's proportional to the crisis we face. Palo Alto aims to achieve our 80 by 30 goals in less than a decade, meaning council will have to take key decisions on plans more quickly than in the past, likely at a pace not seen in recent history. Council's action plan priorities are critical to effectively meet the climate emergency we face. Council's most intense focus, hopefully, will be on the top priorities already identified by our talented and dedicated staff, namely the electrification of everything and transportation emissions reduction. This means introducing programs at scale. For example, installing heat pump hot water systems in hundreds of homes next year, with streamlined related programs in permitting, financing, and installation. As a second example, we can be inspired from the innovative financing methods that a company called Block Power is using to electrify every single building in Ithaca, New York. It's something that Ithaca has approved, and Block Power's essential ingredient involves leveraging both private and public sector financing. By creating a similar effort here, we could relieve some of the burden on our stretched Palo Alto staff. Finally, we need to put in place a transparent, highly visible way to measure our progress for our constituents to see, and to explain to our people why at any given moment the city chooses to focus on a given set of areas. For example, we could show a calibrated barometer to each of the items that Palo Alto staff has mentioned in their 3-year plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Chamberlain.
Sorry, I think I'm unmuted now, right?
You are.
Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of 350 Silicon Valley Palo Alto Climate Team. And to begin, I want to thank the ad hoc committee for their faithful study and planning for the SCAP implementation. I have 2 points to make. The first is about educating the public. It's a key component of success with the SCAP. Our team has been talking to folks at farmers markets in Palo Alto since the summer. And it is safe to say that most people do not know what the SCAP is, nor the 80 by 30 goal. They don't have a clue about what electrification is and why they should switch to electric in their homes. I think it's incumbent on the utilities department to use their authority to inform the public about what is coming. Help people connect the dots between climate change and electrification of homes and buildings. This message needs to be broadcast every month. Gas is going away. Electrify now. My second point is that we would be glad to, our team would be glad to help with this. We're set up to do outreach and to do education, so we'd love to help. Second point is an echo of what others have said about how more water heaters, gas water heaters, are going in every day. They have a life of 10 to 12 years. Let's not make them stranded assets. How many water heaters need to be replaced by electric ones each year to get us to 80 by 30? How many furnaces? Establish this goal and have yearly or semi-annual benchmarks to make sure we're accomplishing the goal. Let's take care of Mother Earth and her children.
Our next speaker is Amanda Chang.
Okay, I'd first like to thank the ad hoc committee for their commitment to fight climate change. My name's Amanda, and I'm a current senior at Castellea School, and I'm also the co-lead of Castellea's Green Team. As a senior, I'm currently days away from receiving my first college decisions, something that I should be excited about as a sign as the beginning of my future and of my adulthood. Yet, at the rate that we are currently taking action against climate change, I simply cannot see a happy and hopeful future for me. And so I approach this milestone with intense hopelessness and anxiety about the state of my future, and I am sure that so many people my age feel this exact same way. I urge the Council to approve the 3-year work plan and goals and key actions as soon as possible and start educating residents on electrification. This is not simply a matter of improving a certain banality of life like parking or traffic. My generation and future generations' well-being is dependent on bold climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach.
Yes, I just have a short contribution to this to make. It seems to, and thank you so much for this effort, and certainly with due speed, but I certainly recognize the complexities of something like conversion to electricity and its critical importance. One of the things that strikes me is there's a bucket that's missing in this, and it's a little bucket. Gail Price, in a way, I think, alluded to it right at the very beginning. And it's the things that are low cost, no cost, and can be done much more quickly that fit into all of this. And I wanted to talk about one. Earlier this year, there was actually a huge breakthrough done by some researchers at Purdue University. And this sounds silly, but it's not. It's incredibly important. They developed a new ultra white paint. It's called white, and it reflects over 98% of sunlight. It can keep surfaces up to 19 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than ambient surroundings. And it can actually replace air conditioning, both in commercial buildings and in residential homes. I've read long articles. The first one was in the Wall Street Journal and also in Smithsonian Magazine. This paint is going to be available next year or the year after. And this is the kind of thing that the city of Palo Alto could simply adopt and have commercial buildings their roofs painted in it with it and things like that. And this would be very easy to do.
And this is the kind of thing that, and there would probably be other things that we could get on quickly. And I would urge that somehow there would be a niche for this in when we're thinking about the SCAP goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin. Julia?
For Castellea. My school is community representative. Yes? Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. We didn't hear you till a second ago.
Good evening, council members. My name is Julia Zeitlin. I am my school's community representative and council member. I'm a part of the SCAP working group, but would like to foremost applaud the council's progress and the ad hoc committee's work on sustainability. I know we all want to reach the Green Star. While challenges lie ahead, I am confident our city can achieve 8 by 30. As a young person, climate change is and will While action is hard and expensive, these expenses pale in comparison to the damages that will need to be repaired in the distant future. To successfully achieve 80 by 30, we need every resident to know what this goal means and its importance. Education programs on electrification now. I suggest the council implementation program. Presentation earlier this we do not have to wait for the plan to begin taking action. I would also urge the council to direct more resources towards staff to support their incredibly important work. Additionally, we hope the council accepts the goals and key actions and thank you so much for your hard work, and we urge you to price sustain.
Okay, thank you. And Julia, I think you had a bad connection. If you wanted to email in your comments, we got most of it. And our final speaker is Larry Klein.
Mayor Du Bois and members of the council, there's no issue that will ever come before you or any other city council that's more important than our actions in taking with respect to climate change. I think you've heard the consensus of the community that we should act boldly and quickly. I want to say 2 things about each one of those categories. To act now, I think we need to make some changes in how the city has acted in the past, and which has been okay, but that is not okay as we move forward. I think we need to direct the city manager to make the changes necessary in staff, not just to hire new staff, but to move people around temporarily so we can take the actions necessary in a timely manner. In this connection, I regret to point out that almost every city administration, in my experience, has said our permitting process is a problem, but none of them have succeeded. I hope that you can. I think we need to take drastic action to make our permitting process move in an efficient, swift manner. I'll make one just comment on that. I've had a number of neighbors tell me how delayed, how slow our permitting process is. One of the speakers earlier tonight spoke to the same point. We need to correct that once and for all. Act boldly. You've heard today how the problem in the Antarctic is telling us that our time is limited. So we need to act boldly. You've heard many mentions of the program in Ithaca, which seems to have such promise. I think that we should really send staff out, send council members out to talk to the people in Ithaca and the people in the nonprofit and profit-making area that are working with Ithaca to make that problem a success. We have many Cornell alums in this area, and I'm sure some of them have good connections with Ithaca. So let's conclude, let's move forward, let's move boldly, let's move quickly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you to all the public speakers. We'll bring it back to council for discussion. And, you know, this is a very, very broad item tonight. And we're not really noticed for a lot of, very specific actions. So I think as we can keep the discussion focused on the work plan, that'll be useful. And I suggest, since the ad hoc already went, that maybe some of those not on the ad hoc would jump in. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just like to start by thanking the ad hoc members, staff, and all the community members that have played a pretty critical role in the work that the ad hoc committee has been doing, as well as all the speakers that spoke tonight, and especially our youth who not only chose to speak tonight, but also speaking in the middle of their finals week. So I think that says quite a bit about the importance of this item, that they're taking that time away from their studying to speak to us. And I really appreciate them sticking around to do so. I also just kind of wanted to point out as well, I think the structure of the working group and the domain advisors is a great example for us utilizing really the natural talent and passion that's in this community. I really think we should continue to, and I kind of urge staff when we move forward, not only on issues of SCAP, but other issues that are a concern to the community. I think we should do our best to model this, what we're using here for the ad hoc. It seems to be not only a great way to be able to save costs for the city with all these volunteers, but we have the best natural talent right here in the community. So we should really use that. Couple of quick questions. Looking at figure 1 on page 261 of the staff report, can staff talk about what accounts for the large drop in emissions from 2005 to 2013?
Christine, is that one that you can take on?
Yeah, sorry, I needed to close my door. So that's mostly due to the electrification of our utilities, our carbon neutral electric plan with utilities. That drop is mostly because of that.
Great, thank you. And since I have you on here, since 2020, do we know what percentage of emissions have we reduced each on an annual basis?
No, I know that we need to. What I do know is that moving forward, we need to reduce at a rate of 3.8% per year to get to our 20 by 30 goal. But I don't remember what our rate has been to date.
Okay, sorry, you said to moving forward, we need to do an additional drop on top of what we're already doing by
3.8%.
Okay, and I understood you right, that's on top of what we're already doing annually?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I think just on that point, and I think the vice mayor talked about this as well as in his introductory comments. I really think it's important for Palo Alto to be taking the lead on this issue. I mean, we are regional leaders in a whole host of areas, and I know we really used to be regional leaders on climate change, and I think we should embrace that yet again. And I think and being as aggressive as we can. And there was a recent study by the Climate Center, I think it was just released earlier this year, that found that California needs to reduce its emissions by 7.7% every year between now and 2030 in order to stay on track with the Paris Climate Agreement. And unfortunately, according to that study, the Bay Area hasn't even come close to meeting those goals. Our best years, according to that study, was between 2017 and 2018, when emissions decreased in the Bay Area by 3.3%. Now, I'd imagine our best year was probably last year at the height of the pandemic. I know GHG emissions reduced fairly dramatically when we had the stay-at-home order, but I think if the Bay Area hasn't been able to be leaders in this area and falling really short of that goal, it's going to be really hard to be able to meet these really ambitious goals. I think this is an opportunity for Palo Alto to really take some bold leadership, show the rest of the Bay as well as the rest of the state and really the rest of the country that that smaller cities are capable of leading on this, and in the aggregate, this is going to have a really major impact not only on Palo Alto but also the region, the state, the country, the world. So I'm excited for the recommendations that are coming forward here. I'm eager to support the recommendations coming out of the ad hoc committee and see where we can even go bolder to accelerate some of these. So I see I'm running out of time. I'll reserve some of my questions if there's another round. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and jump in. Not seeing any hands popping up. So I also want to offer my thanks to the ad hoc and to the public for all the work. And I'm really glad to get this update back to council. And I hope we can all see and internalize really the steep challenge ahead of us. So I'd really like to understand a little bit better this proposed plan. One simple question, maybe Christine can answer. Some of the items in the 3-year plan referred to M4, looking at like packet page 275, 277. But what is M4 or where is M4?
That is mobility action number 4 in the proposed goals and key actions, which I don't remember off the top of my head, but I will pull up very quickly.
M4B?
Oh, sorry, it's the land use study.
Sorry, where is it?
So in the draft goals and key actions, M4 is the land use study. So when we originally presented the draft work plan, it was in conjunction with the goals and key actions. And so that's where all of these random numbers and letters come from.
Okay, so they're not here in the staff report?
Correct.
Yeah, all I saw was M4.
Well, sorry, the link to the goals and key actions is in the staff report.
Got it.
Yes.
Perhaps just to clarify, on packet page 277, I think it's M4A, not M4B. Sorry to try to speak in codes here.
Yeah, there's an M4B and an M4A.
Yes, M4A is the land use and transportation study, I believe that Christine was referring to.
Got it. Okay. And then, so when we look at this 3-year plan, are we saying that we need to do all of the items in this plan to hit our goal?
Yes, we're saying that we need to do all of the items in this in the next 3 years to have any chance of meeting our 80 by 30 goal.
Okay, so kind of regardless of staffing or regardless of cost or carbon impact, everything in this plan is required.
If I could just add, this is Brad, Public Works Director. I think, Mayor, when we brought this to you in April, we included items that went beyond the 3 years. And the council's emphasis was to try to make progress on the things in the initial years. So these 3-year items don't even include some of the things that might come down the road that would be more like in the mandate scheme of things or potential ballot measures.
Okay, well, that's certainly worth understanding. And again, I think, we didn't hear any disagreement for the public. I think the council's on board. And, the report shows dollars as, $1 to $4 signs and staffing as 1 to 4 asterisks and carbon impact as 1 to 4 leaves. I think we are going to have to get an understanding of what those dollars and people look like. What feedback on this plan is helpful tonight? There's a lot here. We're saying we need to do all of it.
I'd say if there's areas that the council has greater interest in making a higher priority, that would be helpful to hear. What's being asked by the ad hoc is to accept the work plan. Then there's work that staff needs to do with the ad hoc to really start to prioritize. Even though we're saying we think these are all things that need to be pursued, Obviously, we can't begin everything at once. And I think that's the goal of discussions we need to have in January about what in particular might be brought forward at mid-year.
Yeah, and that was kind of my takeaway too. It's like if all of this is a priority, it's too much, like nothing's a priority. And so how do we prioritize this? Some of the items are marked kind of NA in terms of carbon impact, but it may be indirect, but I think a lot of them do have carbon impacts. I guess I'd like to see us hit the ground running. We have our retreat in February, but it'd be good if we could really be moving even in January. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I have something to add on whenever you're done.
Well, the other thing I think maybe we should talk about a little bit tonight is, these ad hocs are meant to be for a year or so. So, how will council engage if this ad hoc expires? Do we just continue an ad hoc? Do we create a standing council committee? Do we want some of this to come back to the council of the whole? So I'd be interested in hearing what colleagues think on that. And then I do have some more comments and questions. I guess the last thing I'd say here is just, I think we talked about it last time about explicitly adopting a carbon neutral goal in addition to the 80-30. And it looked like that had been talked about, but there's not a specific recommendation on that right now, is there?
That's actually one of the topics for an upcoming ad hoc meeting, maybe March, if I'm remembering correctly.
And what were you going to say when I interrupted you?
Well, I guess I think we've touched on a little bit, especially in the electrification area. We've got this mostly existing work plan that has some updates from the work that's been done to date. But we referenced this really interesting workshop we had on residential electrification and also what's going on in Ithaca. And what we've discussed is that we really want to spend some time looking in depth in January at those things, at what we learned from that workshop and what Ithaca is doing. And that's probably going to result in some changes to this work plan, especially as it relates to electrification, which, the work plan is much broader than electrification, but that's one of the key aspects. So just wanted to be sure the council understands that.
And if I could add, Mayor, to your point with respect to the ad hoc committee, I think it's been a somewhat implicit assumption, but at this point in the calendar, may be appropriate to make explicit that given the amount of work in the workshop that happened just a couple of weeks ago, and the expectation, as Director Eggleston just pointed out, of continuing this work into January, that at least it would be staff's hope that the existing ad hoc committee would stay engaged, sufficient at least to make it through that effort until the council, if as a part of your organizing for 2022 were to decide to make any change, that we would at least be able to keep the momentum going with the current ad hoc through the phase of debriefing on the workshop and assessing how those discussions feed into the recommendation here of staff coming back with mid-year recommendations for staffing.
Okay, thanks. Moving on, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thank you, staff, for your work on this. I thought it was a really great report, and all the members of the public. I personally believe that this is probably climate change is probably the biggest existential threat to humanity. So we need to take it seriously. We need to do what it takes to make sure that we protect the environment. I think staff mentioned this before, but I just wanted to be sure on the number. But can staff talk about what percentage of carbon is transportation?
Yes, that's an easy one. Thank you for that. Our overall transportation emissions are 65% of our remaining emissions.
You said 65%, right?
65, but yeah, 60% is on road, and then the additional is the what we call the off-road emissions. So things that include like Caltrain, leaf blowers, those types of things.
Okay, so so a big chunk of our greenhouse gas, majority actually, is transportation, and so I think for me it's important to really try to address the big chunk, right? The big chunk here is transportation, and so I think a lot of emphasis should be on this. I think one of the biggest opportunities for addressing this part is actually what a lot of us are doing now, which is Zooming, right? Or doing online meetings. A lot of the work that people could do can be done remotely, which is one of the reasons why a lot of companies haven't had employees back in Palo Alto. And so I think we want to be leaders in this area in terms of trying to promote more remote work, more remote meetings, because by doing that, the cost of moving a 2-ton car, whether it's electric or gas, has a pretty big carbon output. And so, but the carbon footprint of moving few electrons here and there so that we can do these Zoom meetings or work remotely, I think is huge. There's like massive savings in carbon. And I think that's one of the biggest areas of reducing this carbon footprint. We're fortunate that a lot of the people that live here and a lot of people that work here actually have the ability, because it's more of an information type of work, that they can work remotely. I could tell you just from our own council meetings, I think online is actually very effective because we could actually get more participation. And so I think that's something we should really be promoting, both for our employees, but also for our council meetings or commission meetings. I think this is something that's really important. And as well as our companies. So it's wherever possible to actually do this, because every less in-person meetings, first of all, we help prevent the spread of Omicron virus and all that kind of stuff, or coronavirus, but also more importantly, it really reduces the carbon footprint. So I think that's important for us to try to encourage and be leaders as a city, and as well as encourage our the companies and businesses in our city. My second question is, since transportation is such a large chunk of what we do, whatever happened to our scooter share, bike share program that we approved? I think we approved a couple of times now, but I still don't see it, and I don't know if I see them in other cities, but I don't see them here. So I don't know if staff can talk about like what's the delay, because I think we've unanimously approved it several times now, but what's the issue or hold up right now?
So Philip can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that we were ready to go with the pilot, but then COVID hit. So we had to delay until we had a better grasp of what was going on with the pandemic. And there's some safety issues, health issues involved. But I believe the plan is that we are going to launch some community engagement around it, and then hopefully have it start maybe next year or the year after.
Yeah, because I think the way we have to think about it is we should move as much as we can to online, because that's going to be the biggest bang for the buck. And then trying to move people from like a 2-ton, steel vehicle to a scooter, right, or bike or skateboard, is the next level, right? Because the energy of moving a human plus a 20-pound, 30-pound scooter is way less than moving a 2-ton car, right? When a car drives, most of that energy is moving the car, not the person. And I've seen other cities, like a lot of us were at the League of Cities in Sacramento, so I rode they had bird scooters and all the other scooters all around the city, and I pretty much just for carbon reasons just took the scooter everywhere. It's actually very convenient. I would say probably beat Uber or driving cars. So I think that's something for us to keep in mind, and I think we want to be leaders in this area. So I think we should really try to promote this kind of micro mobility. And so when I think about this, I think we should think about the biggest chunk of carbon first, and then kind of work our way down and try to think about, when we think about the biggest part of carbon, how do we affect the biggest part, which is really going online. I think that's a huge way to actually help with climate change, as well as save people a lot of time. Thank you.
Sorry, this is Philip Kemi here, and apologies because I've lost my voice. But I just wanted to confirm what Christine says, that we do intend to roll out the micromobility pilot. It's just been delayed, unfortunately, by the COVID pandemic.
Thanks, Phil. I guess my only point was just that I see other cities doing it, like our state capital, right? And you see in San Francisco, and you see in a lot of other places. So, I would, if they could figure it out, I would hope we could figure it out too. And I've seen this months ago, even in like.
I think it has to do more with the initiation of it and our planned rollout of it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Philip.
Thank you. Before we go into the second round or back to the ad hoc, Councilmember Filson, do you have any comments?
I think this is good work, and I commend the ad hoc committee and the staff for doing this. I think, once again, as council sort of discussed and staff and everybody sort of recognized earlier in this year, the big emission sources are natural gas and transportation. And in order to hit 80-30, we basically have to turn off the gas and get rid of most non-EV cars by 2030. And I think, most of the other things don't move the needle very much. And so I think, I see that in this plan, and that's good. And because it's going to be hard to do that. But I think there's a lot of stuff in here, and I think we need to make sure that, we're prioritizing the stuff that moves us towards that goal. And there's a lot of stuff in here that's good stuff to do. So smart parking in the garages, for example, that's a good thing. We should do that. But, it's not a first order lever towards getting us towards, turning off natural gas and converting most vehicles to EVs. And so I think as we move forward for this, given the amount of work it's going to take, the amount of money it's going to take, the difficulty it's going to be, we need to really make sure that we're laser focused on the stuff that's going to make the big difference here. But I think the plan outlines that, right? And so I think, there's not that much time left. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll go ahead and do a second round, questions, comments, motions. Vice Mayor Burt.
Thanks. So first, I wanted to respond to a couple of the questions and comments. Mayor Du Bois had and others have talked about the work plan really being a comprehensive list, but needing to be fleshed out and prioritized and even scrubbed to see whether all elements of it are critical path elements and whether anything is missing. So that's work that the SCAP has not yet done. And I really think it's some of the most important work that we need to do, and to bring back to the council any modifications to the work plan when we have our next report to you, which points to how much work there is. I mean, it's a comprehensive plan that's going to require just a ton of deliberation and additional information to be able to perform that critical task. And then I also wanted to follow on to the city manager's comment on what the need to look at what form would a committee take going forward. When we created this committee, we were debating whether there would be a future city commission, or the best way to lead it at this time would be a council committee. Frankly, I think that the council committee has really served to coalesce the focus by the community and even the staff around the urgency of this matter, and to try to accelerate the process and to flush it out and to leverage resources. So I think probably for the time being in the next year, we'll want to continue on a similar path. And then I also want to just mention, I know Former Mayor Klein had talked about, well, should we be reaching out to Ithaca, New York? Actually, so one of our working group advisory members, Diane Bailey, had organized last week a Zoom conference with the Director of Sustainability for Ithaca, who was the brains behind this plan. He's actually an economist with a very strong public and private sector finance background. And the core of this plan is really about innovative financial models, combining public and private and philanthropic resources in a really clever way, and then utilizing a new for-profit firm as the backbone of implementation to channel those resources. So we're in that engagement. That particular company now has a Bay Area presence, and we're through our leveraging our resources of our working group. We're already engaging with them. There's also been a lot of discussion about the critical need to penetrate our communications with the community. Councilmember Cormack has reiterated this repeatedly, and I wholeheartedly agree. The 350.org folks have a grassroots team of activists who are willing to be utilized for these kinds of education efforts. We have our utility inserts that go out monthly that I really think need to pivot to have a very strong focus on informing the public about electrification and the technologies and the alternatives and the advantages and the subsidies that all go along with that. I think we need to do that sooner rather than later. And lastly, I'd just like to say that some of these advancements in technology are happening extremely rapidly. We've just seen that in recent weeks, we now have 4 of the major hot water heat pump manufacturers who have either come out with or will in the coming quarter come out with 120 volt hot water heat pumps that are under 20 amps, well under in many cases, and they eliminate the need for an electrician and electrical permit for that whole conversion. And that's frankly for the applications that can use that. That streamlining is not yet in our modeling and our financial modeling and the cost effectiveness of that. So the technologies are advancing rapidly, and we'll really want to embrace the advancements in methods like the Ithaca approach and others, permit streamlinings, and in technologies and in cost changes. So I appreciate the comments, and I think we really want to embrace everything that's been said tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Just a word of warning. I don't know if it's the storm, but I have internet unstable occasionally. So if you lose me, that will be why. So a couple things I just wanted to touch on, picking up on what I've been reiterating about communication, and one of our public speakers tonight, the student Daniel Sabu was talking about 80-30, and I'm pretty sure if you stop 10 people on the street here in Palo Alto and you said what's the 80 by 30 goal, I don't think that meant, I'm thinking maybe one of them would be able to articulate what it is. So definitely a lot of work for us to do, but that's part of what part 3 is here, whether it's from the general fund or the electric fund. This is the work that has to be done. And I'll just say it doesn't all have to be done by staff. Honestly, I think this is partially a council responsibility. A prior council made a very ambitious goal, and not much was done about it in terms of communicating that to the people who live here about what they need to do and how it's going to change their lives. So we bear some responsibility as well. And I hope this is shared by all of us, not just a responsibility for the ad hoc. And that brings me to the ad hoc. If it continues next year in its current format, I am ready and happy and willing to serve. And then one of the things that came out for me at the workshop that we did in November is as we sort of looked at the timeline across our 8 years and 2 weeks. And, I was an advocate at the time in April for this to be a board and commission. Frankly, I was an advocate for this topic to be a board and commission when Mayor Du Bois and I did the ad hoc on boards and commissions. And I think the time will come, and it's not abundantly clear to me when that is, at some point in the next year or two, when it might make sense to transition this to a board or commission. It is an enormous amount of time. We do have very dedicated and talented people here in this community who would be able to supervise this, and we'd have a council liaison going forward. So I'll just throw that out for everyone's consideration. And is the mayor open to motions on this round?
Yep.
Fine, then I will make our recommendation that we review the progress report. I guess we've done that, accept the draft SCAP 3-year work plan, and direct staff to propose the necessary staffing.
Second.
Okay, would you like to speak further to your motion?
I would just like to say I appreciate, the council's careful review of the work that's been done, including, the cross-checking. We've done a fair amount of that ourselves, and reiterate that this is work that we all have to do, and it's certainly an honor for me to be on the ad hoc.
Councilmember Filson.
I think it makes sense to proceed as the ad hoc recommends here. I think nobody should underestimate the amount of community evangelism that's going to take in phase 1 in order to tee up the implementation. So I think proceeding with that forthwith is as Councilmember Cormack pointed out, is a lot of council work involved in that as opposed to just staff.
Vice Mayor Byrd, is your hand up again?
It is to comment on the motion.
Yep, go ahead.
Be glad. So thanks for the motion. There are a couple things that I'd like to suggest. So one has to do with the acceptance of the work plan and what the implication of that is. It's been titled a draft plan. It is not finalized, even with a recognition that it would evolve over time. And so I wonder whether is the intention to continue to call it a draft, or should we perhaps describe it as interim, or some other title that makes it clear that this needs in the coming months to be more completely fleshed out?
I guess I'll turn to staff. I mean, the other thing we could say is we could say current, which implies that there'll be a future version, but thoughts on that?
Well, I think as long as we have some language there that indicates that it will be changing.
Yeah.
Draft, intro, any of those are fine with me.
Yeah. So if we're moving it from a draft to something that is our current work plan, but on an interim basis, maybe that's a transition from where we were, because it was a draft before it was updated. And I'm just looking for a way to capture the current state of it.
So shall we say accept the current draft?
Huh? That would be fine. Yeah.
Councilmember Filseth?
Works with me.
Okay, great.
I mean,
and then
it's really a working plan, but a working work plan is sort of awkward.
The second thing is this point that a number of folks have brought up about the value of having a SCAP impact statement as part of relevant city council action items. And I'm not sure that it applies to all city council items and staff reports, but it certainly does to many. And so I'd like to propose that we add I guess a C to include a SCAP impact statement as part of future relevant staff reports on action items or on city council items?
I'm sympathetic to this concept. I think it probably fits better at our retreat in February, where we go through priorities and we have our. I'm looking at the city manager to see what he thinks. I remember in the past couple of years, we've had a few things like this where we wanted to make adjustments to staff reports, and we did that at the council retreat rather than in an action item. Any thoughts, Mr. Shikata?
That would be I think, appropriate focus at the time that the council and in fact the Policy and Services Committee tomorrow will take up both the topics for the priority setting session as well as any new areas for discussion among procedures and protocols. So ultimately, I think it comes down to some level of expectations for what the statement would entail. And I think having some specific guidance on that would be helpful.
Could we direct you to bring something like that to us at the February retreat for us to make some decisions then?
Sure. I think that we could provide some context and perhaps some options for council discussion.
Vice Mayor Burt, how does that sound?
Yeah, frankly, I think that, it's equivalent to what we do on looking at comp plan consistency. And so I don't think it's that complicated, but we're talking about a month and a half away. But I would also encourage staff in the interim to feel encouraged to do this on their own volition on any council action items where it would be important to do so between now and then.
Okay, let me see. The clerk is doing a lovely job listening to us and making it better. Direct staff to bring forward a proposal on including an SCAP impact statement as part of future relevant staff reports on it. That works for me. Councilmember Philseth?
Yeah, I think I like that better. I'd like staff to have some input on sort of how to get the most value out of something like this.
Okay, that's accepted in its new version.
And I think that covers my thoughts for the time being.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to the Vice Mayor on that last point. That was something I was going to ask as well. I think C is an appropriate next step for where we're at tonight, and I based on the city manager's suggestion, I plan to discuss that as well tomorrow night during Policy and Services. So then I guess I just have really just a couple of questions here. On attachment E on page 301 of the staff report, it talks about electrifying our city fleet to electric vehicles. Would this also apply to police vehicles as well? Or are we too early on in the process?
I'd say it's too early on. There have been some other rumblings about electric police vehicles that we've tried to follow. And it's something we would certainly want to be looking at in the future. We are doing a study right now that's looking at opportunities for electrification of the fleet. And actually, I'm not recalling exactly where the police fleet falls in that study.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm unaware. Are you aware of any cities in California that have electrified their police vehicles?
Well, to my recollection, what I've heard of so far. Oh, sorry, I'll give Christine a chance in a second. It's kind of been one-offs of cities getting Tesla electric vehicles and piloting them. I'm not remembering anywhere I heard they said this was a success and they were making a wholesale move.
Yeah, I know Los Angeles has piloted them. I believe Menlo Park has as well. And they've also piloted electric police motorcycles. And the pilots have found that the motorcycles resoundingly don't work because they're too quiet and the officers get hit. But there's been mixed success with the electric police cars, depending on which level of, which type of car and which level of upgrades they got to those vehicles.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you. And I can see why I can see how that is a far more complex topic than that might seem at first. I wonder, is the chief or assistant chief on the call tonight, Mr. Mayor?
I don't know.
I don't.
If he's still there. Yeah, I don't see them.
No representatives from the police department?
Nope.
Okay. Well, maybe this is a question that staff can answer, or maybe I'll just kind of just bring up this issue because I do think it's important. Yeah, one thing that I always see when I maybe walk into Phil's Coffee and passing Bill's Cafe, when police officers are out of their car, either having breakfast on their break or grabbing a cup of coffee themselves, or whatever it is, not being in their cars are always idling. And I mean, we can all agree that it's not the most green practice. And I'm just curious why that is the case. Is that policy? Is there some sort of safety issue? I don't know.
Let me ask Director Eggleston
Oh, we have
if
a
he's
city
able
ordinance
to
on that?
respond, or if not, I can.
Well, it is a question I've asked, and I don't know all the details, but the short answer is that the computer and other equipment that they have present in the police vehicles needs to be on and ready to go at a moment's notice, and that if they shut the vehicle off, they would have to reboot those systems. That's my understanding. The one other thing I would like to add is that just in the last year, hybrid police interceptor vehicles have come out, and we have recently begun purchasing those. And I don't have the initial reports, but I think part of what we're hoping is that, kind of similar to other hybrid vehicles that shut off but instantly come on when you drive, that the hybrid vehicles may address that idling issue as well.
I could also add that I understand that in addition to, well, it's perhaps not directly the resetting of the systems, but that those systems actually drain the battery for the vehicle. So keeping the vehicle on keeps it from not being able to start, which would be a problem.
Great, all helpful and things I think we should continue to look into and pursue, especially given transportation being such a large impact on our emissions. I'd be curious to see how much of an impact our police fleet has on that, and what policies or new technologies we can adapt to be able to change that. All right, those are all my questions. I appreciate it. I'll be supporting the motion.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up to Councilmember Stone comment, which is besides police vehicles, I also see almost every city vehicle that they leave it idling, running. And I always wondered why. In fact, I sometimes get to my office hours, people have complained about it. Why are the city vehicles idling? I don't know if it's the same answer as for the police, but it is. I've actually seen it myself, and I've also wondered why. Why in general do city vehicles keep running all the time? Why aren't they shut down? I don't know if there's a different answer than the police.
Well, just very briefly, I'd say as a general rule, I don't think they should be, although there probably are circumstances where those vehicles, the engines running, are providing power for equipment that they're using.
Okay, I guess that could be the answer, but it just would surprise me that every single vehicle is like that. But I got this comment so often. I don't know if other council members have, and I've seen it too. So I think maybe it's convenience. I don't know, but it's pretty common. But anyways, I think maybe if there is maybe hybrid's the way to go, or maybe like having cars auto shut off. I think a lot of cars do that already, but I don't know. But I do think Councilmember Stone brought up a good point.
Okay. So just quickly, I actually have several comments. So I appreciate the comments on accepting this as a draft plan. When Brad said it could be changed in January, it wasn't clear what we're approving tonight by accepting the plan. But I also appreciate the idea the vice mayor threw out about maybe testing this idea of including an SCAP statement in a staff report even prior to the retreat, just to see what it's like to do it. So I'd like to just quickly give some feedback on the work plan. And, I hope staff and the ad hoc will incorporate it in their thinking. Just a bunch of comments based on the discussion tonight. I do think maybe we should consider increasing the size of the council committee if it's going to continue for quite a while. Along Councilmember Philseth's line of thinking about first order, second order effects, I'd really like to see the plan to launch a voluntary electrification program as soon as possible. And, we've talked about this, getting a plan in place for the immediate replacement of gas with electric when a water heater fails, and the permitting process and inventory and installers. And, maybe there's even a program where the city could pre-certify that the transformers and household panels are all ready in advance of actually requesting a new water heater. I added a heat pump for space heating to my house this year, and it was actually pretty painless because my existing electrical system supported it without change, but it could have been painful if I needed to upgrade, the panel or the transformer. There's some discussion, I think it's going to the finance committee soon, or maybe it happened already, about a Palo Alto Green surcharge for electrification. And I think that should be included on the gas bill as well as the electric. And, I think how we look at our utility billing rates to advance policy is going to be really important. And I don't think we want to increase electric rates for electrification. If we can shift some of that to the gas bill, and then as the gas bill decreases over time, it would also be part of the electric bill. I think the ad hoc's been talking about it, and I think it's right that we need to focus on commercial buildings. In the past, we've typically said we're going to focus on residential first, and then we'll eventually get to commercial. But at this point, I think looking at those in parallel is really important. There was some comments in the work plan about expanding the TMA citywide. I just don't think the TMA has shown a way for it to be sustainable yet. So I'm skeptical about that. But I am interested in maybe a TDM ordinance, and that could potentially include telecommuting, as Councilmember Tanaka was talking about earlier. And again, kind of first order effects, I think, what is the path to shutting down the gas utility? How do we accelerate that? And then longer term, it's probably beyond the 3-year plan, but I want to make sure we're not ignoring what's going on with clean hydrogen as replacement energy storage at kind of utility scale. So, we need to really think about local power generation, storage initiatives, grid redesign. There's a lot there on the utility side. I did want to mention in terms of zero waste, I think we actually missed our 2021 goal. And it is something we want to resume our focus on. And then I also want to echo the comments on marketing and, what is the marketing plan? What is the communication plan? Because it's probably going to be just as important in terms of communicating this, as these changes, are available voluntarily initially. And then as time goes on, may perhaps become more required. So, and then finally, I said in the first round, but I think I really want to see some clear prioritization when we get to the mid-year budget requests. And I think some of that separation and focus, I think the vice mayor spoke to, and Councilmember Philseth, and probably everybody. I think it's going to be very important. So I do support the motion, encourage the ad hoc and staff, to consider these comments, and we'll be looking forward to seeing this come back. So with that, I think let's go ahead and vote on this item. I think we're starting with Vice Mayor Burt this round.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Sorry, Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
I vote yes, and Councilmember Filson.
Yes.
Great, so that passes with a 6-0 vote. Thanks again for all the work on this item. Would council members like to take a short break? Okay, well, let's take a 10-minute break. Be back here at 9:05. Resume the meeting.
Okay. Sounds good. That's helpful. Thank you.
So we're going to hear the next two items together, items 20A and 20B. It's approval of employee appreciation with 3-day leave over the holidays and approval of an employment agreement with the city attorney and city manager. And I need to read some precise wording here. So item 20B is for the approval of a 3% salary adjustment for the city attorney and the city manager. Based on annual merit reviews, which council completed for fiscal year 2020, 2021. The action item recommends a 3% merit adjustment for each position to align with the merit increases for general management employees who receive 3% for meeting or exceeding expectations. A 3% merit adjustment would bring the city attorney's salary to $322,837 a year, and the city manager's salary to $366,704, effective with the start of fiscal year July 1st, 2021. So that's our next two items. Is there any staff report on this item? No. All right, so we'll go to the public for comment. So if any member of the public would like to comment on 20A or 20B, please raise your hand now. Okay, so I'm seeing no hands, so we'll bring this back to council for comments and motions. Who wants to go first? Yes, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, I would like to move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Yeah, we have
second.
Can we perhaps see that as a motion? That's 28, 20A. We're talking about 20B right now, correct?
Both of them together. Are you making both?
Yes, okay.
I am seconding both.
Okay.
And so I, just in speaking to the motion, I think that in addition to what is articulated in the staff report, we really need to look at the October 25th staff report on the Q1 financial update, which goes into greater depth in terms of the challenges that we now are facing as a city government organization. That we are having, well, first, all government agencies locally and private sector as well are seeing a great deal of job changing that is occurring. But compounding that was the cuts that the city made to city staffing in June of 2020, and freezes on salaries, and in part of those position cuts were elimination of positions that were upward advancement opportunities for both current staffers or prospective hirees. And now that we're looking at restoring services, we're facing with the dilemma that we are losing employees faster than we can hire them. And that's without even getting to the point of attempting to restore the services that were severely cut. And the competitive market for employment, despite refrains that we hear in the community and occasionally on the council, that our public employees are overpaid, the market is telling us otherwise, that we have to be more competitive to be able to recruit and retain employees, or we're going to see diminished services further in our city, even when we are attempting to restore them. So this is not something that is a perk tonight. We're really looking at how to acknowledge to our employees what they've gone through in the last year and a half and all the stresses that have been there, but also to have them recognize that we are valuing their service and are moving forward now in a more positive way in our recovery as a city, and that we have a positive future ahead of us, and they do as well. So I think these are important things for us to get out to the public and the press, for them to understand the reality of the situation that we're facing, and that this is a important step in that direction to and particularly the elements in 20A of these 3 days of appreciation of basically having the mandatory shutdown in the upcoming holiday period to be a one-time compensation for them. So thanks.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, and thank you, Vice Mayor Burt, for making this motion. You know, ever since March of 2020, it's been such a hard time, and we've done really hard things all together. And we have some breathing room in our budget now. And that gives us an opportunity to do more than say thank you, because saying thank you to me seems insufficient. I was just scribbling down some of the things that our staff has done over this past year and a half. The librarians who dealt with books by hand because we couldn't use our automated materials handling system that was so intensive. Our police officers who staffed so many protests and helped keep them peaceful. Our firefighters who had to disinfect our own ambulances in the beginning with COVID and figure out how to keep themselves and everyone else in the community safe. Our utilities folks who never missed a beat. If something was wrong at your house, they were there just as soon as they could be. Our parks people who dealt with the biggest influx we've ever seen and a big change up at Foothills. And our administrative, technical and professional staff who've spent just countless hours with us on Zoom. And I'm sure it's no one's idea of a good time. So saying thank you really, you know, it's an important part of what we do, but to me it seems insufficient. And so that's why I'm supportive of this appreciation leave. And, you know, I've taken the opportunity over the past year or so and the times when I've been able to see city staff in person to talk about, you know, the toll this has taken on all of us professionally and personally. So I really hope people take this leave and use it for a little bit of restoration in their lives. Those of you who have the opportunity, I know that some of you will still be working. And then just to talk about C, you know, 2 of our city appointed officers haven't had raises in years, and they have helped shepherd us through this incredibly challenging time. So I think these are appropriate and well-earned and well-deserved. And I'm pleased to be the seconder on this motion.
Yeah, I'll jump in. First of all, I do want to thank all of our employees, and I hope this extra leave will be taken in the spirit it's attended. It's a small token of our appreciation. You know, we got through the toughest days of COVID, and our staff made sure all the critical functions our city provides continue to happen every day. And so thank you for that. And I also want to thank City Attorney Stump and City Manager Shikata for foregoing raises through the pandemic. You took a 10% pay reduction. And City Manager Shikata also donated 5% of his salary or 100 hours of leave for employees leave sharing. And what many people may not know is both the city attorney and the city manager ended up working when they were supposed to be on unpaid vacation. So They were essentially working for free. So I think this is kind of the least we can do, and I'm happy to support these motions. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also want to thank all of our employees. Really appreciate everyone's work. But I think 3 days is not a small token. It's actually, if you think about how much it costs and how much your budget is and how much 3 days is actually cost the city, it's actually a fairly substantial number. It's millions of dollars. Some places like the county have called this kind of perk like hero pay, right? Although we're giving it in the form of days off. Our employees already have every other Friday off, and during the pandemic, a lot of them were able to work from home, which I support. Actually, I think it reduces greenhouse gas, like from our last conversation. It also reduces their cost. My main issue with both of these items is the idea of uniform benefits versus really giving the dollars, which we are talking about dollars, right? We say time off, it's not free, it is real dollars. I really think that the higher this bonus, so to speak, should really be given to higher performing employees. I don't think it's good to just spread it evenly across the whole workforce, because there are some at the city who did incredible work, who worked incredibly hard, who put their lives on the line. And I think those should be rewarded more versus ones that perhaps didn't. We're still in a tough financial situation. We still, hopefully, we're seeing some light at the end of the tunnel, right? So hopefully, we're going to come roaring back, but it's still tough. We still hear about the community members who complain about how our library hours have been cut so drastically. We just had a meeting here in our neighborhood about this. I'm sure in your guys' neighborhood, you guys also heard this. But not just our library hours, so many other city services have been hit so hard. So to think that this is free, it's not free. This hits our community. This is less services that we're providing our community. And I do agree that there is starting to be a retention issue. So I don't want to ignore that. But the retention issue is not uniform. It's not like everyone is heavily recruited out of the city. There are some that are heavily recruited. There's some positions that are heavily recruited. But this kind of uniform approach where we say, well, we're just going to do this kind of socialistic, communistic type of thing. We're going to spread it evenly across all levels. It's not creating the right kind of incentives. Really, what we should be doing is the higher performers should be getting more. The positions that are really hard to retain should be getting more. And the ones that are less, we should be doing less. I think this kind of approach is more I think aligned with what happens in the private sector. Now, if we were just doing gangbusters in the city and things were just going fabulous, well, that's a different story, right? But we're not, right? We're still kind of in a recovery area. And I do want to acknowledge that our senior execs have took a bullet for us during the pandemic. So I certainly appreciate that. But so did a lot of other execs in the private sector as well as public sector. And we did restore it as well. And the same philosophy applies to also our senior execs. I mean, at senior execs at many organizations, their compensation is variable. It's not fixed. It's not just a fixed level. And so I think we should, rather than having this fixed high pay, I think there should be some more pay for performance, especially at the top. I mean, if you look at the senior leaders at almost any organization, it's heavily compensated with variable pay, so that if there's higher performance, if the organization is performing better, if there's higher net promoter scores, if there's better customer service, if we're able to keep costs down, if we're able to be a high performing city, that the compensation should be higher. And I'm first in line to say that if that's what happens, we should compensate more, right? But to have the same pay no matter what the performance is, no matter what the retention issue is, I think is not in the best interest of our constituents. So I don't think I could support either one of these measures. Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other hands. Let's go ahead and vote on the motion. Vice Mayor Burt.
I just wanted to be able to respond a moment. This accusation by Councilmember Tanaka that this compensation is somehow socialistic or communistic is just so far out there in its absurdity that I just had to say that I disagree strongly. I ran a company for over 30 years, and we did things like this, and we were certainly not communistic. It's just a reactionary characterization that is unbecoming of a council member, and I hope that sort of statement will cease when it pertains to describing well-deserved compensation for our employees.
Okay, thank you, comrade. Let's go ahead and vote. Starting with Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Duh.
And Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay. That was a dot, not a no, right?
That was a yes.
All right, so it passes on a 5-1. And we will move on to our last item of the evening, discussion about hybrid meetings for council and boards and commissions.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. I'll do a quick intro on this item, recognizing this is one that came together fairly quickly. We thought it would be timely for the council at the end of this calendar year to review this issue. Let's see. Thank you, City Clerk's office. Next slide, please. Just a few slides here to provide some orientation to this issue. We thought, again, this would be a good time to discuss the elements and some challenges as we move forward with requiring in-person meetings for standing committees, ad hoc boards and commissions, including the potential for considering delaying the physical convening until February 1st or later based on current conditions. Next slide, please. Did want to start by reviewing the current direction that the council adopted on September 27th of this year. Clearly, the council itself has begun hybrid meetings and at the same time, the standing committees, ad hocs, boards and commissions are not required to physically convene until January of 2022. Again, presumably January 3rd being the first business day of 2022. And that there are a number of provisions here in that council direction related to proof of vaccination, the ability for council members to attend either in person or virtually, that the council's in-person attendance protocol would apply following the end of mandatory indoor masking, and that staff would allow virtual attendance by the public, and that finally upon changes of the county's guidelines, council would revisit this. Next slide, please. Now, just current status with respect to county and state masking guidelines. The county has identified a number of criteria at which point the indoor masking would cease. This is done in conjunction with other Bay Area health officers. Notably, actually heard today that the governor has announced the reintroduction of indoor masking requirements statewide to be effective through January 15th. And again, we can come back to this if the council would like to focus on the particulars. Next slide, please. And here, as again, staff has been talking through this issue, thought it might be helpful to lay out a few different dimensions to the topic before you this evening. One being the in-person attendance of board and commission members. Second, and certainly not in order, participation by the public. And then looking at the dimensions of both current pandemic conditions, as well as what might be the case after pandemic conditions are hopefully soon no longer with us. So just in order here, in terms of board and commission member in-person attendance, one dimension being whether this is optional or mandatory. The council's action back in September again, reflecting on council member yourself, now thinking about how this applies to board and commission members in our current pandemic conditions. Presumably that would be optional. Now our board procedures had never really addressed the issue of mandatory versus optional in-person attendance. But again, presuming at some point we're out of pandemic conditions, the what has been a choice of convenience or would be presumably a choice of convenience in the near term would at some point become mandatory for board members to be participating in person. There are issues as we extend this policy to the boards and commission, issues associated with both chair and staff proficiency in managing hybrid meetings. And then finally, the extension of these administrative requirements for all meetings to the commissions now places those requirements upon department staff and the commission chairs and commission members. For the public, would note in our current pandemic conditions that health and safety requirements have obviously been paramount. In general, we have had feedback and generally very positive feedback in public's ability to participate in these meetings, and relatively speaking, really very little, if any, issues associated with public access to our meetings. And would note that we currently have a consistent approach across all boards and commissions that has been very helpful in maintaining communication. Now, as we, again, looking at current pandemic conditions versus what we will hopefully see in the future. First, currently noting the continued volatility with the Omicron variant most recently. And as such, continuing to maintain the vaccination checks and our testing requirements, face coverings, and social distance requirements for all meetings. And would note that the government code currently provides flexibility during states of emergency. I'm sorry, one more panel here on this slide. Just noting that as we go forward into the post-pandemic conditions, that we would expect that these health and safety uncertainties will be reduced. We'll have the elimination of the health orders, and at that point be more able to maintain and ensure consistency in meeting management, as well as our meeting the Brown Act rules that will apply in a non-emergency state. Next slide, please. And then let's see, finally, just note that a few other logistical issues that had come up in our discussion with staff that are working with the different boards and commissions. The particular departments most involved with boards and commissions include our community services department, as well as our planning development services department. So both Director O'Kane and Late are available to elaborate on any of the issues that are identified here, or that council may want to hear more about as we apply the in-person or hybrid expectations to commissions. And with that, I think we just have one last slide. Next slide, please. Which is, again, noting that recommendation for council discussion and update to your direction on this. We've provided a draft motion for your convenience. With that, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Let's check to see if any members of the public would like to comment on this item. I see one speaker. We'll go with 3 minutes for Rob Levisky. Go ahead, Rob.
Hello. I spent the last 5.5 years in and out of ARB and PTC and council meetings with respect to the Castellea proposal. And I can tell you, having spent a couple years, the first couple years not in pandemic, and then the last few years in pandemic, The system that you set up may allow for people to talk, but it doesn't allow for people to look into your eyes, doesn't allow people to bring storyboards or other kind of extra items to reinforce their position. And it's been a tremendous disadvantage to anyone trying to question the status quo, especially when the planning department is with the proposal. And the public gets to speak, and then the applicant gets to speak after everybody else has spoken, and then there's no more communication with the public. And you're just shut out after 2 minutes. And as you well know, a lot of times the audio is poor. We don't get video. We don't share slides. All this stuff is just ridiculously complicated and a disadvantage. So I'm looking forward to getting out of this and actually being able to present arguments clearly to the boards, which have a big effect on our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any other public speakers, so we'll bring it back to council for discussion. Vice Mayor Burt.
Sorry, the hand was up from before.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes, Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Du Bois. Could we see the draft motion, please? Yeah, so like so many things with COVID, I find myself in a different position this week than I would have been in 2 weeks ago, when I felt like, perhaps this was all going to work better. But, the news over the weekend about the level of circulation of Omicron in North County, which is where we are, based on wastewater treatment testing at our own plant, is concerning. And while I'm hopeful that, maybe infections are milder and perhaps boosters provide protection, I don't feel like we have enough information, enough scientific information to make that determination at this time. And I guess the other thing I'd say is that, I'm not in person this evening. And the question, we all end up, now getting notifications of tangential, possibly, exposures, right? Someone who doesn't know yet because they saw someone. And so it's really hard to know how safe it is at the moment. And I do feel like it's changed in the past couple of weeks. So I also am cognizant of what staff has said and the express preferences of many of the board and commission members themselves. So I will go ahead and make the staff motion. And I will say to February. Huh?
It had some important blanks in it.
February.
I'll second it.
I'll just speak briefly to it. I think actually at our retreat, I'm hoping that we'll have an opportunity to talk about this along the lines of the many things that the city manager just went through, sort of the pros and cons and the different ways to think about it, right? There are different lenses to use: personal safety, access for the public, et cetera. So I think those are things that we should think about at our retreat. For ourselves and for the board and commission meetings. And frankly, for our standing committee meetings also. I don't know that was referenced, but fine. Sorry, finance and policy and services. Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I have to agree with Councilmember Cormack. I think health and safety must come first. This variant is really disturbing on how fast and easy it is to spread. I've been actually trying to get a booster, and they've been, like, at least the place I go to see the doctor has been out of stock. So I know a lot of people have been trying to do that. And hopefully I'm going to get my booster tomorrow, but it's been challenging. I've heard that from others as well. And you only live once, so I think we want to be careful. And this, I hear like discussion that there might be other mutation that will happen because this one's spreading so quickly. So I think the staff recommendation is correct. I think we want to play it safe. I think it makes sense to try to do more in-person things once face masks aren't mandated. I think, per our earlier conversation about climate change, our largest source of carbon is transportation. And you think about, like, some staff members live close, but a lot of staff members don't, right? And think about all the public that has to drive and using their cars, right? Like today's rainy, so a lot of people probably, I would probably still bike, but most people would not do that. And so just think about the climate impact. We're trying to do the 80 by 30. So this also helps. I think too what Rob said earlier, the member of public, I actually think that, and we voted that we should do this, and I don't quite know why we haven't done it, but I do think we should enable video for the public so that they can see us and we could see them. I think that would be so much better. And I think I've been a lot of other Zoom sessions where they figure out how to do this, and I do it with my own office hours. So I think it would be great if we could move in that direction. I also think that I don't know if it's well known among members of the public, but a lot of people are able to share slides and materials. So I think we should, make sure that's well known so that people who have visual aids are able to leverage that. And we've been doing hybrid a bit, hybrid versus like all online. And the big challenge I think with hybrid is that you can't see people's expression, right? The people who is wearing masks, and so you don't know necessarily how your colleagues think because their face is covered, right? Or members of the public can't see it. So I don't know. We've kind of done the hybrid experiment, but I think certainly online, I think all online is pretty good. All in person is pretty good, but the hybrid is, I think, I don't know, I'd love to get my colleagues' comment on this, but it's especially when everyone wears masks, it's I think less effective. Anyways, I think it's important that we show leadership in this area. I think we are in a very educated area. I don't think we have too many people who aren't worried about coronavirus. I think that's a real it's a real concern for most people here in our community, and so I think it's important that we show leadership both on this as well as this climate change. So I think the staff's recommendation seems to make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thank you. So first, the recommendation is to continue to February or later, but the or later would, as written, would require a council action in January. And so it doesn't give a lot of visibility on any changes. I wonder whether we should be looking at this time, just moving that until March, so they would cover January and February, and then we could have the opportunity to take up the decision in January or February and figure out where we go from there.
That makes sense to me. I'm happy to change it to March. Councilmember Tanaka?
I would support that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that, our meeting is February 5th, but presumably it would be, yeah, and I guess we should just, would staff prefer us to say to March? The or later seems to just be like a.
Provide some uncertainty. So to your point, I suspect March would give us clear direction that in February, and if no later, we would need to bring it back.
So let's take out the or later then, because that makes it a little confusing.
Second, in our September 27th motion, Part A included with the boards and commissions, also council standing committees and ad hoc committees. So I would think we should include those at this time.
I think that's
that staff's intention?
That was staff's intention.
And so at whatever level of clarity the council would like to include would be fine.
Okay. And then I will say that I agree that there's a trade-off. We all yearn to be back, or most of us yearn to be back in person, and value that, except that when we're in person with masks on, we really don't see each other's expressions, and the public doesn't see our expressions, and our communication, is is better when we have full expression, provided that we have our cameras on. And so I think that the mayor has emphasized that importance as an obligation to the public that we have them on during meetings. And I think that we should be requesting the boards and commissioner members have similar guidelines. I don't know if that's been an issue. Can staff clarify whether that's a concern and whether we maybe should put that in as a guideline?
Could I ask Director O'Kane or Late to comment on whether that's an issue?
So I'm here, but I don't have my video on because I'm dealing with some weather-related issues, unfortunately.
Not a good example there you're setting, Mr. Late.
No, I just try to keep it real. So, Vice Mayor, can you repeat your question, please, for me?
Are board and commission members routinely having their video on during meetings?
Yeah, we don't have, that's not been a problem.
Okay, great. Then I think it's, we can leave that out. Thank you. And I'll just say too, just as a comment, we have in other parts of the motion talking about I thought we had a reference to vaccination at meetings, and I'm not capturing it.
It's in Part B.
Pardon me?
It's in Part B of the original motion.
Yes, great, thank you. And I think we should anticipate that given the initial studies on Omicron, it's likely that we're going to have a new definition of vaccination that will require booster shots. It's pretty apparent that 2 shots are ineffective on Omicron, and that data should be clearer in the coming weeks. But I think we should just presume that. And I'll just say that I think that that's an important thing for us to begin to proceed on with a staff consciousness as well as a general community, because the more time we take on that, the more we're going to be jammed up against sudden necessities, and people are not going to have the adequate time to have the effect of those boosters before Omicron is very likely to come in a big wave. So I just want to use this opportunity to convey that concern. But thank you for the motion.
So I just want to clarify something here with staff. So the intention is all the other things from the motion from September 27th would still hold, right? Vaccination checks and all of that.
Yes.
And, once we're meeting, once we're able to meet in person, you'd start to use your 5 remote meetings. And the intent is not that council would, could do this kind of at convenience. So I do think, I just want to say, I do think it's important that, the goal is to resume in-person meetings as we continue to get back to normal. But I think it needs to be, subject to county health orders. And I was going to initially suggest that we actually condition, instead of having a date, that we condition it to county health orders. But I think I'm supportive of this motion. We can revisit it in March if we need to. One thing we may want to consider is requiring council members and board and commission members to continue to get tested for COVID. And I just want to say, I think the point by the public speaker was a good one, that the public really has more of an opportunity to participate in person than online currently. The final thing that really is not addressed when we get to boards and commissions, which are run by our departments, is the overhead of running these hybrid meetings. Currently, we can only do them in this room. It takes a lot of people. We need to check vax status at the door. We need to run a lot of electronics, and so it's a lot of overhead for our boards and commissions if it takes 3 or 4 people in a department to run a hybrid meeting. So hopefully we could use some of this time between now and March to see if we can automate some of that or figure out how we could do it with fewer people. But I'll be supportive of this item. And I see 2 hands up, but I think they were up from before. Is that correct?
Actually, I had an additional comment. If I know other people haven't spoken yet, so I don't know if you want to go to them first.
Yep. So I'm not seeing any other hands. So Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Tanaka, your hands are up. So Councilmember Tanaka, go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, I know that we already had this previously, but in terms of trying to enable cameras for the public, I know there's technical issues and issues with Zoom bombing and stuff, but I'm really hoping staff. I know staff is really busy. The city clerk is really busy. So yeah, but if we could somehow get that working for the public, I think that would be huge in terms of trying to address some of the points brought earlier by the public speaker. And then, the other thought I had is, and it seems like some people also share the fact that, when you're wearing masks, and also given all the overhead that hybrid meetings take, it kind of makes you wonder, is it worth it, right? Or should we just do either all online or on person? So that's something for us to think. We don't have to solve it tonight, but it makes me wonder about that. And I've been reading reports about this new variant and how it's like super contagious, right? It's not just a little bit more contagious. Like they have stories about people across the hall getting it from each other, and it's like scary actually in terms of how contagious it is. I think the last thing we should think about, I know we have the 5 limit, but when the mayor mentioned it, I was thinking, just given our earlier conversation about climate change and given how transportation is the majority of our greenhouse gas, I do wonder whether that's the right direction, right? Rather than trying to limit it, maybe we should be trying to encourage it actually, because we want, I think we really want people driving less. And even if you drive a Tesla in EV, it takes energy, and the energy has to be produced somewhere. And some of the energy, yes, it is green, but some of that energy isn't, right? Some of that energy is, we're kind of shifting our carbon footprint to some other place. So, anyways, just in terms of climate change sake, I'm thinking that we should show some leadership here in terms of trying to really be a green city and help make some solid steps towards the 80 by 30. So anyways, just kind of combining some of the thoughts from our last meeting, but I still, of course, still support this. I'm just kind of giving some other thoughts we may want to think about in the future.
Councilmember Cormack.
I don't believe Councilmember Tanaka has yet been back in the council chamber, so perhaps I'll just share my personal experience, which has been, it's a vast improvement over Zoom. I think it was the first time Councilmember Stone and I had actually had the opportunity to, just chat about basic things. And, I think it is the ability to look down, the dais, it's irreplaceable on Zoom. And so I am, missing, even with a mask, I'm missing being there this weekend, last week. I want to follow up on the mayor's suggestion about regular testing for us, for council members, and for board and commission members. I think that might get us through this period of uncertainty where people have possibly been exposed, but no one's tested positive yet, so it's not quite clear. So I think those are all things that are worth us considering. I'm wholly supportive of being in person. Even with masks, I think it's a vast improvement. I will say that in person, I have found it much harder to hear and focus on members of the public. I don't quite know why. It's easier on Zoom for some reason. I think there's just a narrower field of vision and I can stay focused. So to the extent that we can show a video of a member of the public who is speaking when we are in general, but I think that would help when I am in the chambers, being able to attend to the It's just something I've noticed. I don't know if anyone else has noticed the same. I think just because it's sort of a disembodied voice and you're not quite sure where to focus. So I just wanted to follow up on those suggestions. I would be happy to, participate in regular testing. And I do think being in person, even with masks is far superior to, sitting home alone and looking at a screen.
Okay, so with those comments, I think we should just go ahead and vote on the motion as it is on the board. And, maybe if there's time, it's something we could talk about at the retreat, if we want to do testing on some frequency. So we'll go ahead and start with Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I realized I made a mistake on item 3. We actually have another open Parks and Rec Commission position, and I think we should correct it before the meeting's over. So open question for council members. We have one full position, and then we had that 1-year position. Do we want to revote the 1 year in light of there's being another full term? To be fair to candidates. Any thoughts? Yeah, Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, the gentleman that I voted for the 1-year term was number 3 on my list. And so, yeah, I'd like the opportunity to see if that person could be the full term, and then we vote on. I mean, we could just vote on taking the 1-year term and converting it to a full term and then adding a 1-year term.
Yeah, I don't know if that maybe overly complicates it, but I get your suggestion.
Up to the mayor.
Councilmember Cormack.
Okay, I'm starting to get confused, and one of the things that's important, I think, is for us to think about the composition of the Parks and Recreation Commission. Who is remaining on the board, and who have we appointed to the board? Just so I can.
I think I can tell you that.
Okay.
So let's see here. So the people that were going off are Cribbs, Greenfield, and David Moss. And then Jackie Olson was the partial term. And so tonight we put Commissioner Cribbs and Commissioner Greenfield back on full terms as 2 of the incumbents. And then as Councilmember Felsa said, we voted Nellis Freeman to the 3rd slot, not realizing that we had a 3rd full-time slot.
Okay, sorry. And so can the clerk maybe list for me with the people we've just added on, the names of the people who are now serving?
Now available or on the commission?
On the commission. I'm trying to get it a little bit of balance. That's something we always look at. So Jeff Lemire, right? And then both incumbents were added back. And Warner Cribbs, Jeff Greenfield. Is Keith Reckdahl still on this commission?
He is currently. That will be a future opening. We can't do that tonight. That has not been advertised.
Okay, 4. And then
but you should consider Keith to no longer be on the commission. We're just not replacing him tonight.
Okay, so we have Jeff and Ann and Jeff on the commission, and who else? Maybe Director O'Kane was popping up earlier. Perhaps she can help us. Oh, I see. Here we go.
Yes.
Amanda
Okay.
Brown.
Right. So David Moss did
But
not
he's
apply.
leaving, right? Is his expiring?
Yes. So you can take
Okay,
the
so we
Moss.
have 6, except it's really 5.
Yes, that is correct. So again, I think based on what Councilmember Filsa said, let's try to do this quickly. Why don't we re-vote for the 3rd full-time seat from the remaining applicants and include Nellis Freeman in that list of remaining applicants, so he has a chance for the full term.
So we're undoing our last vote?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know, City Clerk, if that made sense. So is our Survey Monkey expert available?
Did you want both of the surveys sent at the same time, or do you want them sent one after the
Let's
other?
do the full position.
Okay, the email will be coming in momentarily.
So I don't know if everybody could hear that. You'll be getting an email in a moment.
Mayor, I'll just add that having the additional opening from Keith Rechtall will give us a great opportunity to take advantage of another of this abundance of excellent candidates. So I'm looking forward to that.
Just unfortunately, we can't do it tonight. So. Okay, I see the email came through. If everybody can vote. And then as soon as you have the results.
Hi, yes, thank you for the votes. We've received 5 votes for Nellis L. Freeman Jr. from Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Cormack, Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Vilsath, and Councilmember Stone. We have 1 vote for Rich Pearson from Councilmember Tanaka. So Nellis L. Freeman Jr. has been appointed with the full term on the Parks and Recreation Commission with 5 votes.
Awesome, thank you. So now if we could vote with the remaining candidates for the 1-year term. And let us know when that email goes out.
A link has been sent out just now and it should be in your inbox. Thank you.
What's that? Yeah, I mean, if Danny's missing a vote, she should speak up. I think. Did you get all the votes?
I have just received all the votes and there has been no majority for the unexpired position. We have one vote from Vice Mayor Burt on Eve Klein, one vote for Shani Kleinhaus from Councilmember Stone, one vote or two votes for Rich Pearson from Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Tanaka, and two votes for Andy Reid from Mayor Du Bois and Councilmember Filsa.
Okay, should we just vote again?
All right, I'll send the email out forward. Would you like to only include the ones voted on? for
If
this
it's
one?
easier, just resend the same one. That's the fastest.
Okay, thank you. An email with the survey has just been sent out to your inbox.
Thank you.
And there was no majority again for the second round of voting for the unexpired term. We have Shani Kleinhaus with 2 votes from Vice Mayor Burt and Councilmember Stone, 3 votes for Rich Pearson from Councilmember Cormack, Councilmember Philseth, and Councilmember Tanaka. And we have 1 vote for Andy Reid from Mayor Du Bois.
So should we have a little discussion or should we just vote again? Anybody want to make any comments? I've been voting for Andy Reid. I've seen how she works with groups over the summer, and I've been impressed. I think she has a very collaborative personality, and again, she had experience proving dog parts in other cities and the other city that she was involved in. And I think, if we're looking for some balance, another woman on the commission would make sense. So that's why I've been pushing, voting for her. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so I think we do have some excellent candidates. I was very impressed with Eve Klein. She's a young person in the community, but had just a lot of great ideas. She's not getting the other support, and I thought that also that Shani Kleinhaus and Andy Reid were excellent candidates. I do think that where we have multiple excellent candidates, it's good for us to strive for greater gender diversity, and so that's been part of my consideration as well.
Councilmember Filson.
I think we're lucky to have a lot of good candidates here, and I think any one of these 3 they're all on my list, so I'd be happy to have any of them.
Yeah, given that we only have 6 here tonight, we could deadlock 3-3. So I think it's worth having a little conversation. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I thought Rich was really good. I thought kind of his background in terms of could be really useful on the PRC. And so that's why I support him. I thought that he kind of represented an area that I don't think we see a profile that we don't get on a commission very often. And I think it will provide the commission some energy and some innovative ideas. So that's why I think he'll be a great commissioner for us.
Councilmember Cormack.
I've been supporting Mr. Pearson along the way. He has a wide variety of recreation backgrounds, involved in pickleball, which has got to be our biggest growing sport here. And I'll confess, his interest in Cubberley is definitely, as we heard from the Parks and Rec Commission, it's the applicants, it's at the top of the list of the PRC's work that needs to be done. I am supportive of Eve Klein. I was concerned that she hadn't read any of the documents, but I was interested in her. Joy Oche brings something that I think would be real diversity to the Parks and Recreation Commission. So be interested in those candidates in the future. And Andy, of course, has applied before and has some background in this in another community. So appreciate everyone's interest in gender balance, and I think we'll get there with the next when we have to fill Mr. Reckdahl's position.
Councilmember Stone.
Yeah, I think I've been supporting Shani Klein. It's just Shani, and I think I plan to again on this round. I think I was really impressed with her with her interview. I mean, she was in my mind really showed off her knowledge of the issues that the Parks and Recreation Commission are going to deal with, especially as we continue to work on SCAP goals and climate change issues. I think she has the expertise and the background and the training really necessary to be able to help Parks and Rec on those type of issues. I think I agree. We are very fortunate to have so many incredible applicants and look forward to having a lot of these applicants reapply in the near future with Mr. Reckdahl leaving for the PTC.
So, I don't want to go through the positives and negatives of all the candidates. I think I can support Shawnee. Again, I think she does have a lot of background and a slightly different view perhaps than others on Parks and Recs coming from a environmental focus. I had some concerns with some of the other candidates that have been mentioned, either, like I said, not reading the materials or saying things in the interview about things like more signs in parks and things that I wasn't sure people would actually appreciate. So I think I'll be leaning towards Shawnee in this next round. Any other comments? Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, so the email is there, right?
Yes, I've just sent it out a couple minutes, like a minute ago, so it should be received by everyone. And we have, again, no majority. We have 3 votes for Shani Kleinhaus with Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Stone.
Eric got to vote twice.
Oh, sorry about that. Apologies. Vice Mayor Burt, Councilmember Stone, and Mayor Du Bois. Rich Pearson has 2 votes with Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Tanaka. Andy Reid has 1 vote from Councilmember Philseth.
Getting closer.
Councilmember Cormack.
With Councilmember Ku absent in this many rounds, perhaps we should wait and let her participate.
Yeah, let's go one more round, see if we can't get there. All right, let's just go ahead and vote one more time.
An email has been sent with the Survey Monkey information, and it should come to your inbox right now. Thank you. We do have a majority. So we have Shani Kleinhaus with 4 votes from Vice Mayor Burt, Mayor Du Bois, Councilmember Filseth, and Councilmember Stone. We have Rich Pearson with Councilmember Cormack and Councilmember Tanaka. As a result, Shani Kleinhaus has been appointed with the unexpired term for the Parks and Recreations Commission with a 4 vote.
And thank you, council members, for finishing that tonight. We're now at council member questions, comments, and announcements. So I just wanted to say, wish everybody a pleasant holiday break and thank you all for your hard work this year. And I wanted to adjourn the meeting tonight in memory of the tornado victims in so many states in Kentucky, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, Illinois, Georgia, and Ohio. So we'll join the meeting in their memory. Thank you.